they said that these reserves exist, but there's no reserve requirement whatsoever. You would have to audit every financial institution right now to verify what they did have and what they did not have on their balance sheets. And guess what? They would legally have to have no value on their balance sheet. That's a fact.
Well, and they didn't have it before. I mean, you're just talking about physical dollars, but those dollars they are instruments of debt. So he didn't have any value to begin with.
Well, yes, right. But I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, it's one thing to try and point out to those who are intellectually challenged that money, that the primary transnational capitalist tool to deprive nations of their sovereignty, of their blood, and of their soil is interest to debt. It's another, or to simply point out that how can you claim that your value expression is legitimate in any way, shape, or form when there's zero reserve requires actively printing money? It's actively doing that. It's right now, as a matter of fact.
Remember when I said, basically what they're trying to claim, I kind of believe what you're saying, but what they're trying to claim, though, that in short-term T-bills, and it's only to get liquidity control and not for economic stimulus.
Right. But three. You got to understand. Yeah. Your mic is a little low. I think I heard most of what you're saying. You got to understand. They're always going to have a practical excuse that depends on them being smarter than you are to justify what they're doing. And what you really need to look at is what is the actual legitimacy of their action. Fundamentally, legitimacy is obtained by productivity. Is what you're doing productive, and do other people agree to participate, especially when it comes to an economic model? The entire economic model in the United States is predicated on deception and your inability to conceive of the fact that the money comes from nowhere. It is not tied to anything. The idea, if you are to take them seriously to some extent, not the fullest extent, you maintain some healthy skepticism. You're not fully well, but you've got some healthy skepticism. They make an argument about gross domestic product. But gross domestic product is not measuring any real productivity. It includes money that is simply changing hands regardless of whether or not a good or service has entered the economy. And as I said, and you can verify this for yourself, the Federal Reserve is creating money from nothing. It is literally getting on a keyboard and telling the secondary market, give us treasuries and we will credit your account. The money, has there been an increase in the productivity of the United States? No, in fact, there's been a decrease. And not only has there been a decrease in the productivity of the United States, globally, the world has, up to this point, and it can be argued still, depends on U.S. dollars as the primary clearing tool, is gridlocked with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're printing more money. You can't deny that productivity globally is declining rapidly with the closure of the strait. Yet we're printing more money. Clearly, money is not connected to real goods and services. And if money is not connected to real goods and services, I challenge you to show me a legitimate basis.
Central banking is a key tenet of Marx's
The problem is not whether or not there is a central bank. You can have a central bank that is legitimate and issues money in a direct quantity to the goods and services.
So let's hear Brad.
As a discrete nation.
Let's hear.
This guy just likes the.
Let's hear.
I don't have time in the office. I actually have a job. I'm not working part time and then crying about
Brad.
Situation. Well, I go get angry.
So Brad, Brad?
Dude, you still want me?
All right, guys. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so Brad, I want to hear your rebuttal because everything that I've been researching the past few weeks. It's literally
about captives or resources. Have you?
Well, I want to hear it. That's why I want to hear your rebuttal. I want to hear what
you know about reserve requirements. requirement and all that stuff. So like you're saying the
Rico,
you know what,
yeah.
you know what, you got it. Like I mean, you're gonna let these guys do it, man. Because
No,
if I
no,
can't
no.
mod them, then you can't mod them.
No, because hold on.
You know what? You can keep the Keegans. You can keep the
Because you're making this personal like you always do, Brad. It's not personal. I want to hear both sides, Brad, and just quit making this shit personal.
You don't want.
Wait, that's why I just called on you and I said I want to hear your side.
You know what I mean?
Brad, it's fine. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, we're gonna mod abuse all the fuck out of all of you.
All right. So again,
Little Black Keegan.
Again. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up. So, yeah, I want to hear what your rebuttal is, Brad, because everything I've been researching the last few weeks, Diogenes, from what I've seen, is spot on. So what's your rebuttal and why?
So the current reserve requirement for all U.S. depository institutions is zero, but it changed over time. And the requirement now is $674.1 million in the low reserve tranche. What he's taking apart is because he actually doesn't understand the reserve requirement exemptions and low reserve tranche claims, because he doesn't understand economics. What he's doing is he's listening to somebody online kind of give a partial take on it and then exemplifying that. The requirement is actually an exemption that's set at $39.2 million since 2026. So that issue that he just stated is null and void because he actually doesn't understand economics. Neither do the twits in here, nor do they understand federal regulations or actually IORBs. They don't have anything on this, and they don't understand the ONRRPs that exist within the financial realm. So, I mean, again, if you're going to have that kind of discussion, make sure you cover it from top to bottom and not just cherry pick it up as some Tinder thing and then think somehow or another this idiot's right.
Hey, Brian, I just looked it up though, and it says that there is no reserve
Of
requirement.
course, it does say that, but go on to further. The reserve requirement exemption and low reserve tranche is zero. However, Federal Reserves continue to publish its annual indexes and reserve requirements exemptions. Amounts of low reserve as required by the statute for 2026. The reserve requirement exemption is set at $39.2 million. The tranche is set at $674.1 million. So you can look those up and understand that, hey, guess what? What he's saying is partially true just to try to trick you into giving it. It's like saying, oh my God, look at how evil this person is, but actually not looking at the whole structure behind it. And if you're not an economist, or if you're a part-time truck driver who just thinks you can fucking articulate stand up with some Marxism or read it off some Reddit page to try to help facilitate your point without actually reading it yourself and making some conditions like this idiot just did.
So Brad, just listen to me, bro. Hold on, Diogenes. Just listen to me, because I'm very curious about what both of y'all are talking about, and I want the right answer. So I just looked up what is the trench set at, and does it matter? And it says the low reserve trench was cut off level of old deposits, but it's irrelevant. That's what it's saying. That's what it's basically telling me.
The reserve requirement being set at zero allows banks to sit there and lend out 100% of their net transactions. That's all that means.
Oh shit, Sherlock!
It's just Jesus Christ.
It's just the fact that they don't have to have anything on hand, and the fact that they're a fucking bank, retard. Oh, it's partially true. It's partially true, but actually totally factually accurate to say without any doubt that there are zero reserve requirements. There are zero reserve requirements. Zero reserve requirements. Full fucking stop. Waving your fucking hand.
You're not
Okay,
so
Bro, can y'all stop arguing? Because I'm just trying to learn from both of y'all. Because what you saying, Brad, it says what you said in 2020, but it says that shit stopped in 2020 though. That's 6 years ago.
So let me tell you what the zero reserve requirement actually means. It's subject only to the capital and the liquidity of regulations. The Federal Reserve currently uses interest on the reserve balance, or the IORB rate, which for those of you that work in finance or insurance will know regularly because you see that on a daily basis. The IORB, the interest on reserve balances. And then you have the ONRRP, which is overnight reserve repurchase agreements that help set short-term interest rates and manage liquidity in the banking system. This kind of changes the way we did reserve requirements as a tool for controlling money supply. So idiots like Digeniques couldn't figure out how they couldn't freaking go and falsify on debts. They couldn't take out more than they wanted to spend. So they basically changed these requirements to ensure big corporates. And while these guys are spinning and freaking about it, they actually don't know how the system actually works. So they're just spinning this on one approach. It doesn't mean that there's not money in the bank. It doesn't mean that the requirements are somehow nefarious. What it does allow is a better, broader complication of loaning and lending while being able to recoup it at a faster rate.
So
They don't require to
because he's absolutely trying to respond to my argument without giving me a chance to respond. And he's spreading horseshit and cannot believe well, you're letting three.
Right, give him room to fucking rebut and breathe. When he's done, then respond to the points. I'm taking notes down right now, so you can do the same. You can take notes down and respond to his points. Go ahead, Brad. You got.
He doesn't want you to get convinced of the truth because he spent all this time.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Brad's got the mic. Brad's got the mic.
I'm not trying to take Brad's mic. I'm trying to let you know. Can I read what they say it is, and then they can think about what the fact is instead of listening to two opinions, bro.
Steve, I'm gonna let you. Okay, give Brad room to breathe, and then you can ask his question since it's the back and forth. Okay. Hold on, stop, man, stop. Yo. Hey, hold on. Quit fucking disrespecting me, bro. Brad's got the mic, can respond, and then we'll open it back up. Brad, you got it.
So again, look at the actual requirements. These people that are coming out here screaming about like this guy, he doesn't actually understand the policy of it. So like, just because they're set at zero doesn't mean that they can just go ahead and go bankrupt. That's called misinformation. It's called lying, and nobody would be doing that because you know who would be screaming about it? The Mandamis of the world, the AOCs. They'd be screaming about this all the way to the bank. But these idiots don't really understand how the Federal Reserve actually works in terms of that board. So the dollar amount of a depository institution reserve requirement is determined by applying reserve requirement ratios, which is specified out in fucking multiple board regulations. Like I think there's a whole, like it's 10,000 fucking pages long. These are outlined all the way to its reserve liabilities. So the Federal Reserve Act authorizes the board to impose new reserve requirements on transactions amount and non-personal time deposits. So if you have this actually going on in the insurance and finance field, again, I ask you, why not listen to people who work in those fields on a daily basis rather than listen to some guy who's driving a truck and then sits there and gets a TikTok information or goes on to like fucking George Jones podcast and figures out, oh, I'm just going to regurgitate some dumb shit. And if you think I'm wrong, C is about to, or whoever the gentleman is about to read it to you. So apparently I'm not wrong. This guy that's about to try to argue my point is apparently wrong because he can't provide nothing.
I'm gonna let y'all just go there and go in the paper and then I'm gonna read what it says. I'm gonna read what it says online so that we can figure out what the fuck is the truth.
And go ahead and look up Federal Register, Volume 85, number 57, Tuesday, March 24th, 2020. Regulations. This is the actual.
Federal Register, Volume 55.
Yeah, let me type it in the chat. 12 CFR Part 204.
Well, I want to specifically address the IORB.
Yes, Diego. Yes, and I want you to have the opportunity to do that, Diego. I want you guys to be able to pick apart the horse shit that he just tried to hand wave to convince people. Like you see how his argument went from Diogenes is lying to, well, Diogenes is partially right to, well, Diogenes is right about that, but he doesn't understand how that's not relevant. You can go read.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid, insignificant little cocksucker. Shut the fuck up. Now we're disrespecting you, Brad.
Okay, so we're gonna let Diogenes respond. We heard Brad. We heard your side. Diogenes, go ahead if you want.
Oh, I got a few more interruptions.
We'll let Diego go. Brad, I'm just Brad. Look, I'm asking you nicely, brother. And I hate the fact that
I got it.
okay, but hold on. You started moving it. Brad, stop.
Wait, you hold me.
I'm asking you, brother. Just put the personal shit aside so we can hear both sides. No. I don't have a different standard, Brad. Cause I go through this shit with you all the time when I'm like, you always bring this personal shit. I ask you in this space, drop the personal shit and let's stick to the topic. That's all I'm asking, bro.
I should do it. I will not talk about how certain wives go to Africa.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody cares about that right now. Let's stick to the topic. So Diogenes, go ahead. You got the mic, bro. We can hear your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I would ask that I not be interrupted.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt you all the time. Just
No, we're not. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Just win, man.
All right, so here we go. Last time Diogenes is speaking. Anybody comes off mic, you're going down to the fucking goo. That's it. Bottom line, Diet.
But I mean, he was able to do it the entire time.
We can clearly see that Brad went through the stages of denial where he started with Diogenes is outright wrong and he's lying. And then he went to, well, Diogenes is partially right, to Diogenes is actually 100% right. He made a factual assertion, but here's why his factual assertion doesn't have any real influence on the financial system. Great. So we got back to where we started, and we spent a whole lot of fucking time doing nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, the reserve requirements don't exist, which means that when the money is being printed, and it is, you can go and look right now, the Federal Reserve is buying treasuries on the secondary market, and it is simply creating Federal Reserve entries on the balances with those secondary institutions. It is creating money from nothing. So it's creating money from nothing. The banks aren't required to hold any money, and you're going to tell me that this system has any legitimacy. Yeah. 3, I want to point you in the right direction. Ultimately, you're going to waste your time if you're trying to go through all of the different justifications that have been offered. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve did argue that eliminating the Federal Reserve requirements is just a sensible thing to do to improve financial conditions. But I ask you to have more sense than that. To understand that money needs to be tied to something that has value or has some persistence, some value that you can conceive of, if you're going to use it accurately. Because at the point where it's fucking printed, brother, you're a fucking slave when you depend on it. And because the whip doesn't bite as hard, and the manacles are not as tight, does not mean that you have any more freedom or sovereignty, because your entire conception, your mortgage, your rent, the food that you buy at the store is mediated by whether or not that counterparty can stop fucking interrupting me, you certified cocksucker. You are the most disrespectful. I can't believe Sig gives you a time of day. You are so disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. The point is not about what kind of excuses are used to justify the removal of the reserve requirement. It's that the reserve requirement was removed. And it was removed because, in essence, they needed to ensure that they could continue to keep the Ponzi scheme going. They needed to continue to manipulate the public's perception of the value expressed in US dollars. And I want us to all collectively recognize that the economy is as illegitimate as the state. That's it. And if you guys want to look into that, you want to research that, cool, do it. But understand that they are not smarter than you. These people who spend all day figuring out how to justify their fraud and exploitation are not smarter than you. They wear suits and they dress up and they're well groomed in the hopes that this will convey a sense of betterness. But they're not. It's the age-old fraud. They're literally just making money that you have to work for. And they tell you, oh, we're making it because we need to make sure there's adequate liquidity. It's like, okay, well then give that liquidity to me, bitch. Because if you understand, and this is an irrefutable fact, that if you have a fixed amount of currency, representing a certain quantity of goods and services in an economy, and while holding the goods and services in the economy equal, you increase the currency competing for the same quantity, you have just created inflation. You have just devalued the purchasing power for everyone else who holds that currency. And so the appropriate course of action is to only increase the currency in an amount directly equivalent to the productivity, the goods and services that have entered the economy to avoid deflation. Okay, acceptable. And if you are going to increase the currency, you're going to increase the amount of currency in that fixed system, then you should do it justly and fairly before the law, wherefore all men are equal, and ensure that in direct proportion to the purchasing power lost, you remunerate the individuals who hold that currency. Don't accept excuses for why we can't do this when you are required to file a tax return every year to tell the federal government exactly where you are, exactly how much money you made, exactly how much purchasing power you have. They know this about you as a matter of federal law, and they refuse to ensure that your purchasing power is protected when they print the money, and they hand it to the banks that have no reserve requirement to keep
So
it.
I got a question for you, Diogenes, based on your submission. Because one thing I've seen that constantly came up as a rebuttal is that this might be a 40 chess move to devalue our dollar to bring manufacturing back into the United States the same way China has done over the past 6 decades or so. What do you have?
Yeah, what I have to say, Sig, is that ultimately you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you rich, or you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you young, or you can get in bed with the devil because you're just a faggot. But at the end of the day, you got in bed with the devil. No 4D chess moves add legitimacy to an illegitimate act that does not represent the will of the people and only serves to enslave them to interest on debt.
Diogenes and Sig, if I may, I want to educate Sig on a couple of very important things about American law. Number one is just I want to say out from the outset so you know where I'm going with this. The reason that they're doing all of this is to bring about a controlled by a central bank of the United States. They're trying to create the third central bank of the United States. But, okay, the law is very clear. The Constitution, the first article, the first set of laws of the Constitution clearly state what a dollar is, who has the power to set the standards and weights and measures, and more importantly, the Federal Reserve creates these instruments of debt, which are not by any statute money, okay? 12 U.S.C. 411, they are instruments redeemable in lawful money, and they are illegitimate, or they are void ab initio, because there is no appropriation made by Congress for these instruments, which is a requirement, Article 1, Section 9. Okay? So they're completely void, man. It's a complete Ponzi scheme designed to bring about total control on the U.S. population. It's not about making money for U.S. industries or anything. It's about basically laundering.
So how do we, as the people, what do we do about it? What's the solution? How do we fight against it?
Well, some people do Plan B. Are you familiar with Plan B? No?
No, what's Plan B?
Plan B is it's a thing called Bitcoin. That's one option. Some people do gold and silver. That's kind of like the Plan A. That's the old school plan.
But isn't the digital currency you just talked about?
No, Bitcoin is a protocol, maintained by voluntary participants, and it's not controlled by a sovereign.
Okay. Copy that. So
and it's not money. Okay, it's a system designed to facilitate barter.
We're in 2026. We're still explaining.
So
I got it. What I'm saying is basically, do you think that our money that we have in the United States, do you think will ever be backed by anything again, or just what they run with?
Yes, I mean it'll have to be, right, because eventually the legal system is going to be where you have Article 1, Sections 8 and 10, which basically say that you can't do these things. You cannot create paper money. It's right there in the Constitution. And whenever it actually touches the Supreme Court, there's likely going to be a referendum, and they will eliminate the Federal Reserve note. They're going to have to bring back, Treasury notes at the very least, if not just straight up make physical money again, because that's the only thing that the Constitution affords. There's no other. I mean, you have to have some kind of amendment that will never get voted on. No one will ever accept it. So there's something going to happen.
So, Diego, question for you. What's the difference between the central bank cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's cryptocurrency?
Central bank cryptocurrency is a violation of the Appropriations Clause. It's a violation of Article 1, Sections 8 and 10, Unitary Powers and Disabilities.
Wait, you said Articles Section 1. What was that?
Sections 8, 9, and 10. Okay? Let me tell you how bad the situation is right now. As of May 16th, the Supreme Court passed a decision that is it PB, which is a sub-agency of the Federal Reserve, is now the first agency in the United States that has the legal right to create its own budget and pay itself. Meaning it can, like what Diogenes was talking about, where it can create money out of thin air, but now it can actually fund itself. So again, violation of Section 9 of Article 1, because there's no appropriation. It just decides what its own budget is and then pays itself with Federal Reserve notes.
What's that shit you were saying
That's how
about
bad that is.
What's that shit you were saying about the IORB?
The IORB is the thing that replaced the reserve requirement.
Yeah.
But basically, what it does is it incentivizes banks to deposit money at the Federal Reserve because the interest rates are preferable. So it's not true what Brad is saying that there are requirements. There are no requirements. They just have this incentive mechanism that they've installed, and it kind of makes them have a reserve, but it's voluntary. They don't have to do it.
Is this the repo market?
No, this is what Brad was talking about. It's like it's the interest incentive system that they created to replace the reserve requirement. So most banks still keep some kind of reserve. But if you remember what Brad said, $39 million. Do you understand that just your average major bank in the United States is dealing in trillions? $39 million, that's a joke. That's like saying, hey, put a penny here and that's a reserve. Like, you know what I mean? A fraction of a penny for that.
Looks like it came early this year.
Yeah, so I saw baseball was in the chat disagreeing. Yo, baseball, what up, bro? Are you able to come up? Because I want to hear your side because you're disagreeing. If you're able to come up, bro, and definitely. It sounds like you work in the industry too. I want to hear your take. And Brad, look, man, I love you to death, bro, but you're not being fair right now, bro. And I'm trying to. These men have been respectful to let you fucking speak, bro. Because I want to hear your side too. I think everybody deserves to hear your side as well. But you gotta be fair, Brad.
When they respect? No, first off, Tweedledee and Tweedlefuck, the guy who's going to get his wife is getting fucked in the ass by a gangbang, and the other guy who can't afford child support. These two idiots. Spare me about your fairness. Don't give me fair. You put me down in the queue so they can sit there and disparage me as well. And then you had Diego, who contradicted himself. It's literally a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. And then he says, there's no reserve requirements, but it's incentivized. But there are reserve requirements. The 30.9 million, or whatever it was, 35.9, that is actually required per bank. Per financial institution. So no, it doesn't need to have any of those set up, but it does need to have a lot more on top of that. And again, if you're looking at only major banks, yeah, but you forget that there's a whole freaking banking network across the country, and you're leaving those out. So the idea that you're going to take and manufacture into fucking Bitcoin, and that's the only solution to go forward, that's absurd. Like you're just investing in trade share stocks. You're not investing in Bitcoin. It's nothing more than a share of a part ownership. You're not doing anything because it has no intrinsic value. It isn't gold. It isn't some consumable. It isn't any of that shit. So what they're telling you is fraudulently false. And if the whole currency system were to collapse in turn, because that's what they're fearing, your Bitcoin is fucking worthless. Because guess what? China would make it mandatory that you have to follow on their currency.
Hold on, mute up, three ski. Mute, hey guys, mute up so Brad can finish what Brady.
I'm saying his mic is fucked up. I couldn't hear him, see?
You know what?
Yeah, she can get a little bit closer to you, Mike Brad. Go ahead.
But I mean, you got the twins there, you know, the two that like circle jerk each other. And I mean, you got it all right. You got it all figured out. See, you didn't need oppositional voices. This is why nobody's coming up.
Bro, we
Don't do that. Don't do that shit to me, Brad. It's bullshit. If I had. You're not gonna fucking accuse me of something that's not true. I've been more than fair to hear your side. And I want to hear your side of the opposition.
No, you don't.
That's why I got 6 notes in front of me right now, John. Everything all you guys have been saying, so I can go do my fucking homework. Don't put that shit on me. But go ahead and finish.
Okay. Yeah, you got it, dude. You got your answers. Like, listen to these 12 waffles who fucking have been in Clubhouse for 5 years. Tell me what any of them do that actually provide some significant income and how expensive their lifestyles are. You got one who lives in a fucking home and works at an Ace Hardware as a lawnmower mechanic. You got another one who can't afford child support, which is
denying insurance claims isn't really a job either, buddy.
You know what? You're right. But I do it on a national-wide scale, and I get paid a lot more than you.
Hey, Sid, can I ask a really quick question?
Yeah, you done, Brad? You done with your mic? All right, go ahead, love to eat.
You're making these claims about Gay King. Oh, my bad, Viking. Can you tell us in 59 seconds, without using the gay app, ChatGDP, LGBTQ, what blockchain technology is? Thank you, Gay King.
Is it the same one? Is that the same one that gave me that powder for your?
Oh, so now you're gonna ask me. So you don't know what blockchain is. Thank you, Gay Awards. Thank you, you're amazing.
That whole thing of where
Thank you, Gay Awards.
actually where that failed.
I'll send you $20 for your new butt plug. Thank you.
One freaking
You are amazing.
on an amateur card.
Can we go back to the topic?
For the record, I wasn't saying use Bitcoin for the United States government. I was just saying that's an option for you as a personal individual. Obviously, I want the.
We're equating to Diego.
Obviously, I believe in the U.S. government, the Coinage Act of 1792. I believe that the U.S. dollar is a certain amount of grams of silver, and that's what I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not like.
So you want to go back to the gold standard?
No, we never had a gold standard. We had a silver standard.
Or silver standard. You want to go to a gold standard universally overall?
I want to go back to hard money.
Let's not change the subject. We can have a full discussion, guys.
You can just be quiet and sit down. Go back to work. Turn those fries and go buy
Because
that for you.
that's the point, right?
If you guys listen closely, you'll notice that when you're really trying to understand what makes sense to Brad,
You know,
and whether or not something is true, you'll see that he refers to the same authority that Three is questioning. That there seems to be this idea that the better dressed you are, the better groomed you are, the better you are, the more of a claim to truth you can make.
He's a certificate whore.
And
Is what he is.
Yeah, exactly. And he's essentially admitting it. He says, well, I make more money than you make. If I make more money than you make, then what I have to say is more important. When I am making it very clear, and this is the reason Brad is really upset, that the money he's making is essentially worthless. And so in an environment where the money is worthless, when it is printed based on nothing, goods or services actually exist to back it, the thing that actually has value, friends, your family, your ability to produce primary goods like agricultural commodities, etc.
So here's what I'm gonna say, man, because this is, and I got 6 pages of notes in front of me because I've been taking notes down to do my research. But what I can see with my own eyes is that yes, the fiat currency, American dollar, has gone down in value. My buying power is not as strong as it was 10 years ago. But what I can constantly see is that gold and silver and precious metals, which is what we used to back our dollar on before World War I, is steadily going up, and that's what I see the central banks are currently. Hold on, Brad. But here, I'm giving you my take and what I witness and what I see, and I'll be more than happy to let you rebut when I'm done. But what I'm saying is a thing that the central banks are currently hoarding and buying right there. They're buying it up. This is why the shit's going up right now, because there's a fucking demand for it. And a big chunk of that demand is coming from these fucking banks. Okay? So what I've seen is the value of precious metals has gone up. The value of the fiat currency has gone down. I can clearly see this with my own eye, brother. The dollar I'm putting in my retirement right now is not going to be able to give me $1 worth of goods when I go to pull it out here in another 20-something years. So that's what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm going to do my research, but it's hard to get that side and trust the system when I can clearly see that everything I'm busting my ass and scraping my knuckles for is becoming worthless and more worthless and more worthless every single day. Well, go ahead, Brad. If you want to rebut, you got it.
It's not becoming more worthless. First off, you're talking about trends and dynamics while inflationary growth occurs. But you're sitting there and equating that to less buying power. Okay, maybe, possibly, consumerism at its finest, capitalism, great. You should be able to make that product and charge. If you can't afford it, well, sorry, your dollar doesn't work. But at the end of the day, that's what capitalism does. Now, the problem with what these idiots are proposing is that you either join in some socialist Bitcoin fucking Ponzi scheme, in which case socialism works great for the first, 3% of its term, until it runs out of other people's money. Once it does that, these idiots, they don't know it because they're too stupid. They don't know that shit is exactly what they're proposing. They're just trying to dice it up. These guys are just proposing Marxist economic and probably putting it on some kind of spin because they think somehow they'll have it. When in reality, these guys aren't economists. They don't work in the finance sector. They sit there and read like whatever fucking Reddit threads tell them about economy, and you're taking advice from them. And that's fine. It's in a baseball. He works in the economy. He works on economics. You have a mother who fucking is an actual accountant who can go into further detail. You have a couple. You have Bill on here who's an economic professor. But I mean, shit, why listen to any of us? You got it with these guys.
I'm a financial or
I please point out that appealing to authority as some kind of argument is actually a logical fallacy. To say that you didn't listen to my argument because somebody told me that I was right is actually a very, no pun intended, bankrupt defense. And this entire conception that in fact what's happening is inflationary growth is I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I don't know if there was something else going on there, but definitely when you have inflation, you have a growth. It's a very bad growth. It's a growth and a decrease of your purchasing power because they're printing. No, Brad, what I want to know is do you understand how? Yeah, I mean, I want to show everyone that I'm acting in good faith.
I don't care about your good faith.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know why Sid continues to offer your platform when you're so clearly a worthless, angry, ranting lunatic. You really are, and I don't understand why Sid left you.
Hold on 1 second, man, because here's the thing, man, and you told a lie on me, and you're inferring something that's not true, Brad, and I don't appreciate that. So again, my mind isn't 100% made up. And I'm not just taking their advice and just dropping it, okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to hear both sides because I've done a lot of deep digging these past few weeks on this shit. And what happens is the things that I've come across, the articles I've read, the things that I've watched from people who are respected in the economics. And it aligns with what they're saying. So again, don't put it on me that, oh, you're just taking their advice. And no, what I'm doing is I'm listening. I say, okay, that aligns closely with the things that I've researched, but I'm willing to hear the opposing side. And again, this is why I have 6 pages of notes sitting in front of me right now, jotting down everything that you told me, Brad. Okay, so again, with Diego's point about Bitcoin, it's not necessarily Bitcoin. What I hear as far as the argument, and again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. What I'm hearing from Diego, it's not specifically Bitcoin, but it's a currency-based that's open format for the public to check and track where everything goes and be able to have some type of accountability to the American people. There's no accountability with this money right now. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's fucking Pussy Coin, whether it's fucking Fart Coin, a system that gives the Americans the advantage to be able to check the records and keep track of everything to make sure everybody's on an equal playing field.
But Sig, what you're talking about are appropriations made by Congress where they have to keep records of where they appropriate the budget. But just to be clear, the purpose of the US dollar as defined by law is specifically designed to be private, to protect the privacy of every American citizen. It is the opposite of what you're calling for. If that's what you mean.
What Diego's trying to point out is that people are supposed to be free and secure in their persons and in their property, and the idea that the state will always know how much purchasing power you have, and that somehow is a good thing for them to have, has to be rejected. The state has granted itself, the illegitimate state has granted itself the ability, in the same way that the Federal Reserve created an excuse for removing reserve requirements, it creates a problem in inclusion, which always is that we're going to have more ability to determine and control your value expression and currency. We should not accept central bank digital currencies. We should not accept any kind of currency that is wholly and totally controlled or totally and wholly de-anonymized by the government. They will absolutely use it to prevent you from doing anything that they don't want. We saw what happened with the trucker protests. Nobody was convicted for abusing the truckers that way. They literally proved to you that if we know where the money is and where the money goes, if it goes a place that we don't like, we'll stop it. Your ability to freely express yourself will not exist. It cannot exist, and you're a fool to trust an illegitimate state to properly have that power. The founding fathers knew they should never have that power. The only power they need, the only power you should give up, voluntarily delegate to your state and to your federal government, is their ability to mint the money, to create the money, and the person who needs to be transparent is the government. The government has turned that on its head and said, oh, well, we need to know what money you have and where your money is and where you spend your money. When in actuality, the truth is that we are the ones with the power and the privacy and the right. We created the government.
So Martin Luther Queen, you've done
In that capacity, as a servant of the people, we wanted to have the authority to mint a coin to prevent counterfeiting.
Brad, shut the fuck up. Let him talk.
You are insufferable. You are insufferable and there is no value in your life.
Again, you still don't. You're like the founding fathers didn't want us to know where our money was at. They actually did. They actually did.
My thing is though, you could debate this shit in a better way, bro.
I don't have to debate it with these incel bros. Here's the thing. The idea that somehow you're saying.
Hear me out. I'm trying to learn from both of y'all.
Okay,
I do think you may have good points, but the extra shit you doing is overshadowing the information.
I keep doing it because that's all that they got. And I'm sitting there, all right, go ahead,
Doing it because
do your shit. Do your shit.
And he's 100% correct, Brad. You're getting emotional. I mean, again, it's not a good look, bro. You're trying to prove your point,
Give
man.
me the facts and stuff. So he went off and said, oh, the founding fathers never intended to have this. Well, first off, the founding fathers really weren't totally concerned with any of the aspects that he was saying in the Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers. But you know what? We digress from that. In fact, the founding fathers were kind of wonky. They actually believed in taxes. And let's not bet, they wanted to cling on to their wealth. So they made sure they held on to it. They weren't in for a collectivism fucking bug on fucking currency. In fact, they wanted a broad separation of it as outlined in many of the state legislations and the houses. In fact, they didn't let the church in. One of the primary reasons under Payne and others in Pennsylvania was to ensure that the church didn't have access to the funds and create distributions because why? They wanted to keep it. But you know what? These guys all want to take the Alex Jones fucking Martin Luther Queen speech and fucking put it on steroids and then tell you, this isn't what the founding fathers wanted. But it's not even remotely true.
But you guys are reading this, right? Say you're actually going back and looking all this up, and you're reading their articles, and then you're reading the antithesis to the articles, right? You're reading why decisions were made in our current environment, why the modernality, and why certain taxes even have to remain, and why your buying power is actually decreasing versus what actually may or may not be happening, right? You're actually reading up on those. You're reading economic books in mass that grasp an understanding, or are you just reading the sources that these guys pull you from fucking Twitter?
No, what I'm doing is I'm looking at respected economists who have a good following, a good reputation. I'm looking at economists who.
Did you just yell at me for?
Can I answer your question? You gonna let me answer the fucking question, Brad?
I'm fucking letting you answer, but did you
Okay,
just
then don't cut me off.
Don't
ask me a question and 5 words into it, you fucking cut me off. Ask me a question and give me the fucking respect to respond to your question. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking at economists who were laughed at when they were talking the same shit 5 years ago, 2008, shit like that. Everybody laughed at them. And then what they ended up predicting and saying has been true. Okay? And it makes a lot of fucking sense. So I'm asking you now, why is our fiat currency, why is my dollar devaluing then if what you're saying is true?
There's not one fucking reason for all of it. There's multiple reasons. Back to fucking inherent wealth has increased exponential fold. Fucking trade agreements, decrease in manufacturing you can blame on. You can blame it on the math.
Hold on, Diogenes. Let him finish. Let him finish, Diogenes. Let him finish.
Eat the shit. Come collect. I want you to come to my house.
Send me the address.
I'll show you the back of your fucking skull.
That's
Diogenes, Diogenes, mute up. Let him finish, man.
I got you.
Finish. Go ahead and finish, Brad. Go ahead and finish, Brad.
And fuck your wife tonight. Dude, your kids fucking, you're all gonna enjoy it. So there you go. Fucking A, I don't give a fuck about you fucking KK wannabe lights, you latte fucking white supremacists. You guys all have the same fucking jihaded fucking mind. Like, hey, give me Bitcoin. You fucking want to decentralize, tear down the economic system. You want to say, oh, it'll prevent your fucking dollar from decreasing. But you got to invest in Bitcoin, which fucking, hey, last I checked, only one of us on the stage can afford to go buy a Bitcoin currently. And it ain't none of you. Because you don't have the cash in hand. Economic system.
Well, I know here's the one thing, Brad. I know, and I can, again, this is what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I know more people who have increased their wealth investing in Bitcoin than going out and working a normal fucking 9 to 5 every day. That's one thing I can say for sure. I've seen personally.
You believe that?
It's what I've seen. It's not a matter of believing, it's a fucking fact.
You see the economic pictures?
Oh my God. It is a matter of fact.
These guys do it solely off of Bitcoin. No other investments in the stock market. No, it's actually propelling and helping out the increase in digital currency.
Yes.
But these fucking guys seem to have the answers. But again, they don't. They don't
So
even
when it
know
comes
the
to-
questions they ask.
So to answer your question, yes, when it comes to common working 9 to 5 blue collar guys that are on the same level as me, I saw them accrue more wealth with their investment in Bitcoin than fucking decades of just going and working at fucking 9 to 5 with no other investments. Yes,
Can I touch on that? Can I touch on that without because I want to help you understand. I want to help everybody understand like that is a sign that the economy is illegitimate because no people who value productivity would ever allow a situation where speculation was offered a greater return on investment than productive labor, than productive contribution to the total social welfare. No one would accept that. What is happening, what is emerging in Bitcoin, and ultimately what's happening in equities markets, is happening because there is no real productivity left. And you have bubbles in AI and in real estate that are being propped up by circuit accounting at the same time that even more money is being pumped into by the Federal Reserve. I don't want to hyper focus on the economy. I know it's really important, but it should be sufficient to say that if it is disconnected from goods and services, it is just a general rule that it has to chase fewer and fewer goods when you print more of it. This is just a fact. And there's no amount of hand waving, and there's nothing that can do to change that fact. This is just a plain the entire basis for Brad's argument, and I pity him for it. And again, I don't understand how anyone who really wants to understand what's happening and work to solve it could deal with these kind of personal insults and just repeated unnecessary digressions. I want Brad to be successful. I want Brad to have things that have real value, because if we're all playing a fair game where we're equal before the law and we are able to constrain our government to transparently issuing currency only as the legislators permit, we don't allow a pseudo-private entity like the Federal Reserve to simply announce that it's going to create money to purchase treasuries, that it's going to monetize debt, but call it something else. We could actually fight back against the illegal immigrants. We could actually fight back against the traitors in our government. We could actually have representative government with free expression. We could. Baseball, I'm not propping up outliers. The truth of the matter is, and the National Socialist German Workers' Party recognized this, money is a tool, nothing more and nothing less. Sig doesn't work all day because he loves the way the presidents look on the paper. Brad will do that. Brad loves Donald Trump, so when Donald Trump successfully puts his face on the central bank digital currency, I'm sure Brad is going to go collect it because he likes the way it looks. Fantastic. But that's not what Sig does. Sig has real shit to worry about. I have real shit to worry about. I don't want the paper. I don't want the currency. I don't want the money. I want the things. I want the food in my kid's mouth. I want a house. I want gasoline in my tank. I want real fucking things that really change the way that I live. They nourish me. They nourish my children. They improve my quality of life. And when you're telling me that in order to get those things, I have to use these tokens, then I'll use the tokens. But when I find out that those tokens are being created on a computer somewhere, I can see that that is unjust and unfair, and I don't want to play this game anymore. And I would hope red-blooded men would rise up and cooperate with me to rectify that grave injustice. It is the most serious crime against our sovereignty and our integrity that we would be deprived of our value expression. They are printing the money out of thin air.
All right, Dad,
They are doing it so quickly. Monica, I don't talk about it, man.
No, he's ridiculous. Do what? Do what?
What do you cut? You know what? I'm so tired of you emotional motherfuckers, man. Get the fuck off my stage, bro. Tired of this shit, man. Fucking tired of this shit. Shut the fuck up, Monica. Go create a fucking woman space and you can do your little vaginal fucking bullshit, but the man is fucking talking, yo.
Based. So we want real things with real value. We want wives to have security. We want our family to flower and grow and develop, and we can't do that when we're relying on the ability to purchase bread, and then we find out when we go to the store that bread and beef, ground beef, for example, has almost doubled in price. 22 tons of beef. I don't want to abuse the people who clearly want to engage in a contentious debate and fail to accept my principles and predicates for my arguments. But I urge everyone not to be mystified by a man behind a curtain telling you that, well, you don't understand, there's exchange rates and there's the velocity of money and there's of course the tariffs and there's all these other considerations. Those things would be relevant if the money had integrity in the first place. But it doesn't. And I welcome anyone to challenge the integrity of the money on those simple bases. And I yield.
And that's the one thing too, you know, again, what I've been looking at is 1913 seems to be the fucking key year all this shit fucking popped off. American citizens weren't charged income tax. It's when we needed
That's what you said?
Yeah, I researched that video, bro, and everything that I've been researching from very reputable sources has been pointing to the same fucking thing, Christy.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's
right.
But the thing, actually, Diogenes is more correct that the Civil War is the key, because that's when you had the legal tender cases.
Diego, that's what we're talking about, Diego.
Oh, okay.
Civil War.
Civil War, yeah, because the legal tender cases allowed people to pay back debts that were made in gold contracts with paper. and that's what fucked everything up.
Okay.
They essentially established.
So right, now here's you're gonna love this, okay? If you really want to know the inside baseball on what happened with the legal tender cases, the Constitution was clear in that it needed to prevent the government from having the ability to issue currency without any increase in goods and services. They understood that the money as a tool could not offer an exorbitant privilege to the executive, or it would be used to dispossess the people of their wealth. It understood that, and so it said that the money will, it has to be coined in gold and silver. Okay, and then this is essential because this is a thing of finite value. You cannot print gold and silver. We get to the end of the Civil War, and as Diego just said, people had made contracts that they had to pay in gold or silver. Because the Constitution limited the states from recognizing anything but gold or silver as payment for debts. And the Supreme Court ruled on this originally correctly. They said, yeah, we can read the fucking plain English in the Constitution. You have to pay it in gold. And then the union said, we'll burn your fucking house down if you continue to argue that this case. And so the Supreme Court reversed itself. And I think it is the quickest reversal in the history of the 250 outright reversals of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reverses itself and says, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, no, you totally can. You totally can pay the debts that were made in gold and silver, which the Constitution recognizes as the only thing that is able to be offered as legal tender for the payment of debts. You can offer paper. That's okay. You have to understand, and I don't want you to get caught up and confused that the issue was, we just need to return to gold and silver. No, that's not the issue. You could use anything as a backing, but it has to be finite and it has to be auditable by the people. The Congress has to be able to verify as your delegate, as the recipient for your voluntarily delegated authority in Congress as a legislator. In the House of Representatives, wherein all legislative acts must originate, all financial legislation must originate.
So, what is the solution to this problem?
Brad, Diogenes has sick, so brainwashed you're not going to be able to save him. He's his new pastor.
No, it's not. First of all,
That's exactly
no, it's not what's going on, and I'll verify for it. So again, let me explain myself. You're going to accuse me of something. So no,
Brad tried to make a statement. Diogenes
and I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and let
and then you allow it by allowing them to be moderators.
Again, don't fucking lie on me, Rick. Fucking lie on me.
All of them, including Pepe down.
No. You know why? You know why?
You could have made your only yourself.
I could have moved you.
You could have picked
Again. So what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna fucking lie on me. That's the one thing I'm not gonna tolerate. You ain't gonna fucking lie on me for shit. Cause I got 6 pages of notes in front of me, and I've jotted down everything Brad said. That's why I asked Brad to repeat himself with some of the things that he mentioned and said. So again, I haven't spoken to Diogenes in damn near a fucking year until 2 days ago. This is the first time we've had this conversation about this specific topic, So again, this is the shit I've been researching, and this is the first time I had a conversation. So how is it that Diogenes is the one behind my train of thought, sir? That's not fucking true. First time I've had this conversation ever with Diogenes, today in this fucking room. But the things I've researched just happens to be on point with what he's saying. So again, when Brad was speaking, I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt Brad. And I've done it several fucking times. If you can't see it, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Monica, if you want to come up, you can have the fucking mic, but we're going to fucking be respectful, man. This is a conversation about information and throwing the ideas back and forth. But I don't want this stage to go to shit and drop the fucking emotion so we can have an objective fucking conversation. That's all I've been asking the whole fucking time. This is crazy, man. This is fucking nuts with you people.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
It is fucking nuts. And I want to point out, we were having a productive discussion when we start to recognize the history of value expression, and we really concern ourselves with it, because it is a matter of fact that we have to mediate our value expression, I mean literally and figuratively, through the United States dollar. And so if that doesn't have integrity, that calls into question related with the decline in the real value articulated in productive goods and services of our money. this is just ridiculous. I think that and I hate to say this, I think some of you guys are struggling to understand basic principles, and so you're getting upset and you're thinking that I'm making things up or trying to. I'm not trying. This is all basic, verifiable stuff. You would never agree to play Monopoly with me if I got to give myself free money. You never would. You'd flip the fucking table. You'd do what Jesus did to the money changers. You'd leave. You'd be like, you'd fight me. You'd say, fuck that. You're not gonna fucking sit there, go and collect $400. You think you're slick? I see the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking gonna play this game.
Brad is like a court intellectual, is what he is.
Yeah, he is. You hear his arguments literally were reduced to, we need to trust the people in the suits with the PhDs. And just ask yourself this. If you can't think for yourself, are you not a slave? Are you not submitting your intellect to someone else? And you know, even a dog knows when it's being kicked. Think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you're willing to consider that the money is not real, that it's even a remote possibility that the money is being created without any increase in the goods and services available, and you just think through that basic, what has to happen there, you'll realize that you're being cheated. You realize that you're playing Monopoly with a thief, with a liar.
All I'm saying is there's no problem with questioning these people. Like, there's no problem with that. Like, if y'all got things that can back up what y'all saying, there's no problem with that either. I don't get where everybody is so fucking mad, bro.
You know,
like we literally just sharing information. That's it.
Well, Brad is angry because Brad owes me $1,000 because he made a bet that he doesn't want to pay, and then his reaction to saying things that he's not going to deliver on is to issue violent threats, profanity, vulgarity, obscenity, unceasingly. He doesn't have an argument. There's no argument to make. You literally heard him go from Diogenes is lying about the Federal Reserve requirement to Diogenes is only telling a partial truth to Diogenes is telling the truth, but the truth doesn't matter. Here's how it's
That actually came nowhere near out of my mouth, dipshit. So now that I have time, that never came out of my mouth that way, and you know damn well it did it. So first off, you are fucking lying. You cherry-picked one line out of it, and then thought you'd run with it and cook with it. And you even got the Civil War wrong. The reason being is that states were printing their own money, mostly the Confederate fucking states, were printing their own money, and as a precautionary tale to prevent any further revolutions, it was actually a genius act to prevent states from printing their own fucking money, and in order to have the states say, hey, the only currency you can actually do that would be acceptable in a federal society under a union would be gold and silver. Not fucking whatever you want it to be, and then label it whatever its worth would be, which would be fucking discombobulated, which would be an economic nightmare, which would allow for fucking states like California to be the prevailing authorities, and New York, and every other state having to sit down there and say, my currency is not accepted anywhere else, but this is all I can make. But you didn't look at that because you don't look at the economic picture. You just like to cherry pick something without actually researching it and then give this long drawn out pontification of fucking Martin Luther Queen speeches and think somehow you own on it. And you don't. You really are retarded.
What did you
are talking? You are a fucking Alex Jones fucking type.
Brad,
and you got it.
What the fuck are you even arguing?
You don't even know.
What the fuck are you arguing? Baseball, get your ass up here and defend that. Baseball, get up here and defend him. He needs help. What the fuck are you even arguing?
Brother. I just don't
What was the genius act you're referring to? The legal tender acts, was that genius? And how was that genius? And how was that? Help me understand it because I'm confused.
Yeah, you are confused because you've been confused. Again, somebody who isn't prevailing in the system, immediately how they scream about the system that it's unfair. But if you were on top, if you were doing okay, if you were actually applying yourself, you would actually be screaming, oh, it works fine for you. But since it's not working fine for you because you have to pay your debts, you're not accountable for them, you have to pay child support or whatever the fuck you got going on in your life, is not anything that everybody has to chin an entire system for. What you have is a perspective from Alex fucking Jones and some other fucking Naziist fucking parties, and how they determined their economic picture, which you left off, was that at the beginning, prior to World War II, what did Hitler say? Fuck the debt. We're just not going to pay the debt. And that's how they inflated their fucking currency, because they didn't pay the debts were actually owed. That they were penalized under. Yeah, it's absolutely 100% true. And then they went through and said this, and then again, you're going to go on this whole fucking, the Nazi socialist fucking extreme experiment was an economic picturesque, which had no sustainability, which had no fucking bearing, had no measurements, because they basically determined their own wealth. And guess what? It went fucking corrupt. But you left that key card on.
Yeah, the Socialist German Workers' Party certainly did not go bankrupt, and I think you're conflating the Weimar Republic with the National Socialist German Workers' Party seizure of the apparatus of power in Germany. I'm definitely going to remain confused as long as I try to understand your arguments. And absolutely, the idea that you would continue to be a slave to interest on debt when the state can simply issue the money in direct proportion to the needs of the people to transact and express their values in real terms, that's a fundamental truth that I think every sovereign nation ought to enforce
fucking money and
their legitimacy on.
Doesn't even work that way under the Fed, is what you're saying.
So,
again, you can play
obviously have a. We obviously
Hold on, 3Ski. Let Brad finish his thought. Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead.
No, 3C, go ahead, because it's like watching paint dry twice.
Because I want to hear from both of y'all, but obviously y'all both have different standpoints. So I just want to hear what both of y'all's solution would be to the problem, because we obviously have a problem with this currency and what the fuck is going on with our economy.
Well, Brad doesn't agree with that.
I just want to hear some solutions.
Yeah, Brad doesn't agree with the assertion that we have a problem.
I'm talking about
I don't want y'all to do that, though. I don't want y'all to fight.
I don't want y'all to fight. I don't want y'all to fight. Stay right there.
That's where you belong, in the back of the bus. That's where you are. That's where you'll stay. Understand me now? I thought so.
You're saying that as a black guy?
Did he say
No, I said that.
He said the white guy.
That's right, because
I don't want to sit on the back of the bus. I'm white. Let me sit on the front of the bus.
yeah, again, all the same fucking KKK wannabes, the lattes. That's what your group is, just a latte light, screaming about how it's unfair that you have to share a division of wealth with various people.
So I'm not going
But again, there's many solutions. It's not just one. You could, in theory, apply accurate regulations on equity. You could control housing markets.
Regulate equity.
So again, you can put legislation in. You can do that. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the union at its inception. But apparently, you missed that in
Regulating equity.
I'm sorry?
Regulating equity was the purpose of the union.
No, the purpose of the union was to ensure that they could pass legislative acts in order to facilitate a union that was equitable to all people. Unfortunately, they didn't realize it until about now, and now, even at this age, you don't have it going on. But dipshits like you screaming for fucking socialist republics of fucking Germany and Nazism as an economic picture showed me that, yeah, you really didn't understand how those implications worked. Then that's what you're preaching. That's all you're preaching is actually Hitler's economic plans for Germany. You're just regurgitating that.
Do you even know what Hitler's economic plan for Germany was? I mean, did I say it? Did I tell you what it was? The only thing I've referenced is that the National Socialist German Workers' Party refuted slavery to interest on debt. And I would ask that you stop and think about those words and just understand what that means. And I think everyone would agree that we should not be slaves to interest on debt. I know when I was a child, I asked Mommy what money was, and she said, listen, don't go into debt. Don't get a credit card. And I haven't. And as I grew up, I started to look into this. I could see the wisdom in this, don't get into debt. She wrote about this, in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, never forget, stay out of debt. The words the father passes on to his son.
Do you own a house, Staginus?
No, I do not. So when we have a history of people who are pointing out the danger of debt, add interest to that debt, understand compound interest, and you'll start to see the problem. I see a lot of people want to glom onto this idea that I'm a socialist, and I don't want to be too defensive here. I absolutely believe that when I work together with others in my community, that we are creating a society, that our actions are pro-social, and that society allows for cooperation and for the product of an individual to be multiplied more than the sum of the parts. And that is a net benefit for the entire community. I encourage everyone to work together, and we should have a currency that facilitates that, not a currency that allows individuals to exploit the Cantillon effect and other money mechanisms to enrich themselves at the expense of other members of the population. And the fact that that could happen stands in contrast to the stated law where all men are equal. So I absolutely am a socialist. I own that 100%. And in the United States of America, unfortunately, we have some socialist programs that are extremely asymmetrical. I'm for real socialism. Socialism where everyone who participates obtains the benefit for that participation, where only merit, only productivity allows someone else to exceed another. Not speculation, not nepotism, not relationships to the money printer, but productivity, real measured productivity. Productivity that values the most essential component of any civilization, which is the ability of its agricultural class to produce real edible energy to sustain us. Money that is not created from thin air, but that is predicated on a real good and service. I will not ever defend a law that allows foreigners to come into the country and more dangerous, allows private interests to exploit the foreign labor to enrich their own private interests at the expense of the public, because it is the public who bears the cost for all of the public schools that are currently teaching 2 languages, increasing their class sizes, providing health care, providing other forms of welfare to people who do not legally reside in the country. As a matter of fact, I own the fact that I am poor. I am proud of the fact that I am poor. But because I am poor, I refuse to be stupid. And I would encourage some of you to really reflect on that. There is no shame in being poor, and I won't beat it. I'd rather be poor and have my integrity than enrich myself unjustly through speculation and participation in a completely fraudulent system.
You may jump in, please. Sid, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely, Seppi. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Be quick. Just because you're poor, I know what you're saying. You're not trying to be stupid, but where I come from, I grew up as a poor country guy, and if you're poor, it's because you're stupid. Why? Because you're either stupid with your money, or you're stupid because you're not being an entrepreneur, or you're stupid because you refuse to think outside the box to project yourself forward. A stupid man subjects himself to the fact that he's bad at something and he can't curve it and educate himself to go forward. So, if you're a poor man, thank you. If you're a poor man, that just means you're just a lazy man.
Hey, Stippy, I
ain't never considered that.
Stippy, I got a question. How much do you make a month, Stippy, cow hauling?
Speaking my language, damn, bro.
Stippy, how much do you make cow hauling each month?
Fucking hick. Let's go ahead and establish that the.
Go ahead,
I made the argument pretty clearly.
About 21,000 last month.
Wow. Yeah, that's usually what cow haulers make. It's about $250,000.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start.
How's your $18 an hour?
Hey man, it's a living.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How much do you take out in child support?
Hey man, how are your children?
Oh, my kids are amazing. They're in the other room. I don't have to leave them. I actually am able to be home with my kids and spend time with them.
I'm happy
My
for
old
you, man.
lady didn't take them away like yours did.
Let's get back.
Enjoy paying child support, Diogenes.
Let's get off the personal shit. Let's get off the personal shit and get back on topic. So,
They
Steph, you
let
want to
Brad
respond?
talk
I just
instead of
want
Diogenes.
Brad had every opportunity to talk, and he.
Oh, when he was being screamed over?
No, he wasn't being screamed over.
Yeah, he
That's a
was.
fucking lie.
And then you
So
guys
again,
kept
he ended his
moving
mic,
the audience.
and then he yielded it back to 3ski, and then he got it back, and he said his piece uninterrupted. So yeah, that's a lie, Rich. So again, Seppi, I got a question. I hear what you're saying, Seppi, and I agree with you. A lot of people are stupid with their money. Unfortunately, the problem right now is that a lot of people don't have financial literacy and financial education, right? But still, no excuse. But even if what you said, what you're saying is true, as far as being an entrepreneur and shit like that, again, not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. The vast majority of people are going to be 9-to-5 employees. And I don't know if you're familiar with Henry Ford's model, and kind of what he did with Ford when he pioneered Ford. He had a heavy belief of taking away the power. I mean, goddamn, bro. I mean, you guys just want to fucking interrupt her or what? You guys have no fucking decorum, no self-control. This is crazy. Grown-ass fucking men, bro. Grown-ass fucking men. Can't even have a fucking conversation without stupid shit. So, Steppy, I don't know if you're familiar with Ford's model. Ford actually took the power away from the shareholders and believed in investing it into the workers, right? And that's how he blew up. And then I forgot old boy's name who founded fucking GM. But he took the exact opposite approach and gave powers to the shareholders. And I believe the Supreme Court ruled against Ford in taking away his ability to take those earnings away and take the returns away from the shareholders and investing it back into his company. But it looked like Ford's model worked, and the workers got paid fairly. They had fair benefits. Like the Ford workers had a leg up, and then it seemed like once we went back into the system of putting the doggone ball back into the field of the investors and the uber rich and uber wealthy.
After you're done, Sig?
Absolutely, 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 yeah. Because I definitely want to hear your.
We can be
Durant. Yeah, thank you, 3ski. Durant. So it seems like when we put it back into the ball back in the court of the uber rich and uber wealthy, that's when the average person started losing. And I'm sorry, but the majority of people are going to be worker bees, man. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But go ahead, Steppy, if you want to rebut.
I'm gonna go up and step into.
I gotta clarify something. Like,
Diogenes, shut the fuck up and let
Hold on, Diogenes. I want to hear
Jesus
Steppy.
Christ, we can talk for 5
I
hours.
don't want to lose the
No,
opportunity.
shut up, truck driver.
Yeah, but
Shut the fuck up, Brian.
I hear you, Diogenes, but I want to be fair and let Steppy respond because I was responding directly to what
I
he
wanted
said.
to respond as well.
Your
but I
kids
wanna make
hate you,
sure I can
Diogenes.
get in on this.
Okay, but Diogenes, I'm asking you, let Steppy respond, please.
Yeah, go to this fuck chair.
I want to give him
Well, Sig, thanks for letting me respond. I understand what you're saying, and I hear you clearly, and I get the concept that you're explaining it to, and I agree with you on that matter. But when people tell me they're poor, but they're not stupid, maybe I'm biased to it. Me and you both were cut from the same cloth, my guy. Dude. We both have been in the barracks, struggling on those 2 paychecks a month. I had some good leadership roles growing up as a kid. I had good leadership roles when I was in the military. And the thing is, you got to project that out forward. And the biggest thing that I project is you can be a worker bee 9 to 5. But if you're dumb with your money, you're going to be dumb in life. And that's all the way. It doesn't matter how it is or what you do in life. So if you could be the most intellectual, smartest guy. You could know every constitutional literature out there. You can know the fundamentals of being an Einstein. But if you're dumb with your money, intellectually, you're naturally dumb with your life. And so I respect that.
Diogenes is one of the richest men I know.
Well, okay, but
Yeah, let him finish on Diogenes. Let me go, please. For a second.
I'm gonna land it. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure I just wanted to add sister know. You know, he might be a poor man, but he could be very smart. But it's hard for a worker like myself or anybody else who doesn't know the individual personally or has to interact with them. If he's saying he's poor but not stupid, some of us worker bees are going to be like, well, how can you be so smart but so dumb with your money? So go on ahead. I'm sorry for taking too much.
No, thank you, Steppy. I appreciate the way that you handled that. I want to clarify here because you brought up something that really could be synthesized, Sig, that really needs to be addressed. You pointed out that there's this conflict between Henry Ford, one of the most, if not the most impactful entrepreneurial men in the history of the United States of America, and the way that he was brought to heel by the Dodge brothers in a landmark Supreme Court decision that said that we are going to place the well-being of shareholders and investors above employees of the company. Now, I disagree absolutely with that Supreme Court ruling. I believe that is absolutely more fraud built upon the fraud that started in 1861. But think about the implications of that, Sig, if you really understand that that's what happened.
I was Henry Ford.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
500, yeah. Don't interrupt, please. Just wait your turn. Go ahead, Diogenes.
If you understand that the Supreme Court, that there is a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first, and those shareholders are getting the money that is printed from nowhere, what that does to the actual value provided to the worker bee, you would understand that the amount of time and effort that we put in every day to feed our families, to feed ourselves, is actively being undermined by money created out of nowhere. And sure, get this capital that is created out of nowhere, these banks, and they get to have the fiduciary responsibility given to them. Like, you understand how that works? They print the money from nowhere, and then they buy shares with it, and then the companies who are actually doing the work are prohibited by law, Supreme Court precedent, from allowing the employees who do the work from enjoying the benefits of it. And you know, men like Henry Ford are rare who would even have an interest in ensuring that the largest component of their profits were actually disseminated back to their employees. Ford was famous for saying that every one of the people who builds the car should be able to afford the car. And he was sued for this because people wanted to maintain profits without productivity. Ford said, if you are productive, you should be profitable. The shareholders said, no, speculation in equities should be more profitable. Not only that, by law, you should be bound under threat of subpoena and discovery to owe your profits to your shareholders first. And it's that simple. That is the game we're playing, and I will not play that game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've read and come across, Diogenes. And again, Durant put emphasis on debt, creating debt, having the average person, average citizen go into debt, to be able to, because he was the one that introduced, hey, let's make tiny little insignificant upgrades and convince people that they need to get the latest and greatest, and we'll incorporate the function of debt to allow them to do that. So we're selling cars and making money, and the bankers are also making money off the fucking interest, versus Ford's plan, which is again, productivity equals wealth, sharing the wealth with the people who, you know, keep that company running. They come in every day, keep that company fucking running, keep the gears turning, keep the cogs moving in the system. Again, what I keep seeing is this small select few taking wealth, taking money, and hoarding it to themselves. Whereas, and that's the same thing I'm seeing. Yeah, and that's the same thing I read about when it came to Chase the liability away from the government and put it onto the people, and then they took the profits and privatized the fucking profits and converted the debt, the responsibility and liability over to the American taxpayer. I'm seeing the same thing repeat over and over and over again. And again, Dodgen is right. Just from common sense, we know debt is not a good thing. You're in a better state when you don't have any debt, and you're able to accumulate tangible liquid assets for yourself and have them on reserve. This is just common sense to any human being, is that being in debt is not good. So why do I keep seeing this government, this political system, and these politicians creating and implementing policies that create more debt? Again, we had a balanced budget in the 90s. Once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're not at $40 trillion in debt, and we can just use common sense to say having debt and being beholden and owing shit to other people, it's just not a fucking thing. It goes against everything we've been taught as kids.
That's it. This is the most nefarious part. It's at interest. It's at compounding levels of fucking interest.
That too, yeah.
You can never escape that, and you are literally enslaved. You are saying I have an obligation to pay a compounding interest on a debt that doesn't have to have interest attached to it. There is no reason whatsoever to issue money at interest as debt. If you have to do it, fine. You don't have to do it at interest. The collective, cooperative society's efforts should always create a surplus of energy that is stored against the future.
So
president. Sorry,
no, my bad, bro. Go ahead, cook. I just want to. Basically what I'm saying is from what you said, Diogenes, and what Sid is saying, I'm noticing a pattern of basically the government telling us that we do need to be business owners. We do need to stop working and stop being W-2 workers, because none of this shit is beneficial. It essentially makes you a slave. So we kind of need to be a little bit more independent, because I feel like that's the only way that we can combat this bullshit is play the game the way that they wrote it.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Drewski. Not everybody can be. You need workers, man. Everybody can't be a business owner. So yeah.
Sid, get me out on this.
Yeah.
So everybody can't be business owners. I get that, but I do think, and this is my opinion, I may be wrong. I do think everybody can be a contract worker. So when I say run a business, I'm not saying that as in like you have a whole bunch of employees. I'm saying as in contracting yourself out to businesses.
Yeah.
And working under the 1099.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, Three-Ski. Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers are 1099 contractors, and they're still getting fucked. So again, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, what's going to happen?
Go ahead, my bad.
You're good. You're touching on it, right? So you're recognizing what is happening in the economy right now is that everyone has turned to speculation because it's the only way to keep their standard of living in the face of this money being printed with no real goods or services being produced. As Sig said, someone has to do the most important and most essential functions in society. Someone has to till the crop. Someone has to slaughter the beef. Someone has to change the trash can. Someone has to do it. And as a society that thrives, we rise and fall with our ability to incentivize people to do that and reward them with a currency that allows them to buy things that they want. That's not happening. People are waking up like you are, to the reality that the only way to get ahead is to speculate, to try and start a business, to start a side hustle, to try to hustle to the side hustle. And they still can't keep up.
Can we let us 500 go? Remember he asked if he could get it.
Yeah, and that's.
Yeah, I'm about done. I'll land this and I'll walk away, if I might. So you're right, Three. And that is where we are now as a nation, and this is why the powers that be have brought in 30 million illegal aliens to displace you. Because they don't ask questions, they have not felt any obligation. They literally have come in to do all the jobs that you can no longer, you refuse to do. You refuse to be treated that way. And so you can't outrun this. You can only acknowledge the fact that it is fraud. Demand integrity in money, demand integrity in politics, demand legitimate systems, and don't accept anything else. You will never, because one of the things you're not really, you may not be aware of is the way private equity is functioning right now.
A lot of people created a robust middle class by starting their own businesses and finding out ways they could provide goods and services, right? And then the private equity you'll never be able to compete. They will have more money because they print it from nowhere. They print it from nowhere, brother. They literally just have to go onto a computer and tell their friend, like, hey, give me more money. And then they buy real goods and services with it. They will buy your business and they'll buy you off. I worked for a business and that business got bought out by private equity. They said, fuck it, I won't do it anymore. But where did the money come from to purchase it? It was fucking printed during COVID. You gotta realize, like, unless you're willing to step away from denominating value in a currency someone else controls, you will belong to the person who denominates that currency you depend on for your value expression. It's that simple. Thank you, guys.
Please.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's 500. Yeah, that's 500. You got to go ahead. What's going on, man?
Thank you. I don't really have too much to say. It's just that Diogenes said Henry Ford is the greatest American entrepreneur of all time. I mean, what about John D. Rockefeller? What about Andrew Carnegie? They were they were a different status or a different tier of entrepreneur than Henry Ford.
Carnegie.
Give me a question, or are you?
No, that's not a question for you. This
because you're wrong. I mean, obviously it's a subjective opinion. I'm not stating that on a factual basis. I didn't say he was. I said he may have been. Obviously, I respect Henry Ford for what he wanted to do for his employees far more than I respect Carnegie or Rockefeller. They were very greedy men.
Well, pronounce his fucking name right. It's Carnegie.
Hey man, do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion? Or do you just sit there in the gutter? Do you just sit there in the gutter and snipe, or do you have an opinion?
Truck driver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You're not a highly paid truck driver. Like Stimpy's a truck driver.
Why? What is wrong with truck driving, bro?
Right?
I literally pull over. Like, I'm not gonna put my finances on.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Like, what the fuck?
Three. You have to recognize that what you were talking about, like 1099s and trying to build your own business, people are desperately trying to justify the things that they have done that are not productive and protect them. When Brad gets angry, it's because his industry, finance, insurance, and real estate, should be some of the least rewarding. Things like truck driving, things like primary productive activity. Without truck, our shit doesn't get where it has to go. It doesn't get bought. It doesn't get sold. That should be one of the most lucrative endeavors because it is the most essential to a properly functioning economy. But it's not what is most lucrative. Banking and speculation and equities is more profitable because the entire currency has been fucked.
And also, too, those industries. I mean, look at the industries that are thriving right now. Look at the medical industry. Fucking government subsidies, bro. You know what I'm noticing too? I'm noticing a pattern of the most thriving industries get a lot of fucking government taxpayer fucking subsidies, bro. I wonder how they'd be hanging on right now if they didn't have all that fucking money flowing to them.
I was going to say real quick, it's always the door swingers, the freight movers that complain the most because over here on the bull racks and grain haulers, dude, COVID, man, shit, dog, dude, we're making bank, dude. Like, I was seeing about 50,000, 60,000 a month hauling stock. So, but the drive-in haulers, shit, like, probably like that.
But y'all be stinking, though. Y'all be smelling like shit.
Shit, bro, that's money, dude. That's money, I'm just saying, dude.
Shit, bro. I'm just talking shit.
You know, it's not my fault that the actress in that 65 mile an hour freight shaker, I'm in the left lane gang, you know.
So the way that it works is you make a nonprofit, and then that nonprofit requests grants from the federal government, and the government will reward the grants to the people it deems best, right? So that's what it is. Like, that's why states like Massachusetts and the blue ones, they just make a lot of big nonprofits and they get all that federal funding.
Government subsidies, yeah.
But we can't lose sight, guys. We can't lose sight of this. We can't lose sight of this, right? The source is basically that money gets created without any real value being added to the economy. That has to be rectified the way that it's unjust. The greatest injustice from which all lesser evils are spawned is the fact that the money is printed from thin air. You can work as hard as humanly possible. You can be the smartest man in existence. It doesn't matter if someone can print the money and buy anything you have and claim ownership of it.
Yeah, like look at the Somalians with all the hospices. Like I'm sure that they just ask. They say this is what we're projected to do, and the government will reward them. You know.
And that guy that was doing all of that fraud shit,
John Kitover. These little neighbors helped me win the race. Our campaign was built on community, cooperation, and just a few votes. As your mayor, I promise to care for every part of the city. Human, John Kitover, and I've got a simple plan for Chicago.
There were several different laws about felonies that bankers routinely violated. We're talking about entire banking policies that violated federal law. And when Obama was asked, and when his Attorney General Eric Holder, when they were asked, why hasn't anyone gone to jail? They said, oh, well, we're worried about what would happen if we held them accountable for their fraud. Imagine that. Imagine believing that the system of governance and justice is fair, and that we're equal before the law when you can't steal a $10 sandwich.
I'm gonna dox the fuck out of you, Diogenes, just like I did JB and Roger. Just like I did Roger and JB. Just wait for it, bitch. All your records, everything. Registries, dockets.
Crazy. Fuck, I just got a question for you, bro. You seem like you know. Never mind. Fuck.
Yeah, I just kick them from the room, man. Anybody threaten to dox someone personally, I don't tolerate that shit, bro.
Based.
Y'all are heading for real, bro. No lie.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. I've been trying to be objective in this conversation, and the other side that I've been hearing, it's just been a lot of emotion, man. A lot of emotion, a lot of personal shit, bro.
No, what it is in the SIG is people want to be right, and I'm just like I come from the spot where I'm just trying to take in as much information as I can on either side, and then make my assertion after I do my research. But these people, they just want to be right, and it's like, damn, bro.
It's not that I want to be right. It's that I'm just laughing at it because again, you
gotta be real with yourself sometimes.
Dude, I am real. You know what? You know what's funny about the whole Ford example being used is. Yeah, he started out with this whole vision of this like socialist workplace and the idea that was there. But you're also forgetting the fact that there were major labor strikes and fucking aggravations like destruction of property, all of that shit going on, similar to Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he created his fucking mecca to create a candy bar. But these guys don't.
Brad, you gotta admit your faults, though, bro. Like you gotta admit your faults sometimes.
Does she practice shooting? She a member of the Umo?
But you do be trying to be right sometimes, and it's like we can just collect the information instead of doing all the bickering.
If you're gonna collect the information, then collect the whole story. Because Ford ran his company into the ground, and it wasn't Dodge; it was actually GM that supplanted him because they diversified. Ford refused modernization. He refused upgrades. He never moved on from the Model fucking T. He never fucking wanted to innovate. In fact, despite the fact that his own workers who left him at a fucking rapid pace because they could make more money elsewhere, he thought, oh, no. In fact, it was even written by diaries, journals, newspaper articles at the time that he was a tyrant in his own factory with his own people. So despite the fact that there was a great opening at the beginning, his control over that little economic socialist experiment proved to be almost futile. And Ford almost lost it because I forget the name of the guy, but the lawsuit that actually really hurt Ford was the fact that he lost over the gasoline engine, especially in the way it was designed and implemented because it belonged to somebody else. So that lawsuit was there. Now, to be fair, he did win against the American Licensed Automakers of America or whatever, AMLA or whatever they went by back then, but they actually didn't have a right to do it, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled on that decision. But it wasn't Dodge that put the end to Ford, it was GMC. And what saved Ford eventually from becoming something of the history books was The wars. That's the only thing that saved them. And they turned around that fucking entire dynamic and became a for-profit company, and allowing shares and allowing investments and bringing in modernization, taking out loans to modernize equipment to pay off said debts. So this is how Ford propelled themselves into the future by actually saying, you know what, maybe our business model kind of sucks, because clearly nobody wants the fucking Model T for the rest of their lives, and that's the only way it did. But you'd have assets on here saying, you know what, they were a perfect model to show what it was, but that model showed no innovation, no ability to make beyond what was set in there, and you didn't have the opportunities to succeed beyond the scope of what Ford decreed. So what this idea is telling you is that Soviet Union was a great economic picture. The problem with their models is it's always contingent on everybody else's wealth. They always want to take from you or from that, and they want to use overall everybody else's opportunities to pass it along and, quote, divvy it up. But the problem again with that is, if you don't have new developments, just like Ford, the problem expands and you lose. You lose. You run out of fucking money. Because if you don't continue to develop, if you don't continue to be capitalist, then you lose. So these socialist programs that are, quote, being magnificent, and God forbid you have debt in your life, these models really don't work. Again, Venezuela did it. They nationalized absolutely everything. Where are they at today? Where were they before Trump came in? Nowhere. They were broke. They couldn't survive it. If these economic viabilities, Soviet Union, all of the fucking Soviet bloc states would be fucking following the same similar model. In fact, China doesn't even follow this model anymore. They use capitalism to boost their economy. So again, these tired old rhetoric fucking Marxist approaches don't really scale up when you look at the picture. And the examples they pick, they cherry pick certain highlights that sound good, and then they leave off the rest of the story. And that's what we should say. The rest of the fucking story should be told.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a couple points that I'm gonna definitely check into, Brad. But again, you're bringing up this socialist argument. Again, if Ford had his little utopia, which it doesn't seem like it was socialist, it was paying people thought their value was, right? Based on the profits that he generated from product that he sold and marketed to the public, that the public thought was valuable. Again, true capitalism would be, don't get the Supreme Court's involved. If he's not able to innovate, someone else is going to come up with a better fucking idea. Someone's going to come up with a better idea and say, hey, if the people want more freaking, whatchamacallit, more rapid upgrades, right, at a more frequent rate, then naturally he'll go out of business, and his only option is to compete. But again, once we saw the governments get in, then that's when things started going downward. So I'm trying to understand where you're getting this socialist. Understand where you're getting this socialism from Ford's original.
So take it like this. Him and Hershey started with similar experiments. You know about the start of the Hershey candy bar, right? You know about Hershey, Pennsylvania, how it started.
Yeah.
So it's even a better example of how it goes wrong. So Hershey goes out, develops the fucking candy bar, goes through all these scientists. I think the guy eventually figured out how to add milk to chocolate from Cornell. Some fucking idiot. So it's actually really great. One of the greatest inventions in here. But he figures out how to make the fucking Hershey bar. Hershey goes ahead and builds an entire town, buys thousands of acres on credit, but then sits there and says, hey, I'm going to put all my wealth in this. So I'm going to build the factory. Now I need to build the farm to milk the cow. I need to buy fucking workers. I got to give them homes. I'm going to create an entire city under this social paradigm. Now, when you look at what caused the collapse of Hershey, there were other people, there's competitors. Everybody should agree that competition is fair. No one should have the stranglehold, except for the idiots on here that want to follow Nazi Marxism, fucking socialist programs. When you have this ability to make money and he faced competition, the workers themselves revolted. The townspeople revolted. The fucking farmers went up there and they had fucking massive problems with the entire economic picture that Hershey built because he thought his socialist utopia would provide for all, and it didn't. It was not able to compete with that. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. So again, I don't give a shit, dude. Dude, you can go shut the fuck up. Go flip those fries.
Finish his thought.
Go flip those. Make sure that milk gets bought. Make sure that man that's shelter and is got fucking food in the fridge for them. So again,
sample pack with 32 different flavors. This is going to be our first flavor we're going to test. It's a double espresso.
So again, when you look at these, the workers revolted. They wanted more of the price because their labor was what was important. They were the product. They believed that they were the prize instead of the actual Hershey bar. They quote that their labor wasn't the only one out there. They had farmers, they had townspeople, they had teachers, they had hospitals, doctors, etc., storefronts where you got your groceries, truck drivers to deliver the shit. You had all of these people mixed in together in society, and you had people saying my labor was more important to the other. Then internal fighting started, all at the behest of Hershey. And Hershey was demanding, hey, you guys need to listen to what I say. And they demanded a bigger piece of the pie. Finally, the farmers of the cows kind of won out in their labors because the cows were getting fucking bloated, waiting for milk to be made. And they came up there and started cracking a few heads. I think they actually ended up killing a couple people. But at the end of the day, the experiment fell. Hershey himself was fucking so distraught with it. He said, this economic picture, this model that I built showed me its foundational weakness is that capitalism needs to go ahead and be brought in. I provided free groceries. I provided free education. I provided opportunities for jobs. I provided all of, and it still was not sustainable. Ford model, again, was not sustainable because, again, he couldn't innovate and realize it. Now, you look to his sons, they innovated the fuck out of the Ford. It fucking went through a transformation. And Ford's model was okay for the time for the Model T. And his investments and the reason he was able to pay his workers the way he was and set it up was because of the initial success of the Model T. It had nothing to do with fucking all of this stuff. But as it lingered on, that success runs out. That money ran out. Because again, socialism is dependent on taking other people's wealth and not creating, innovating, or inventing. The same thing happened in Hershey with their little labor. The same thing happened with Ford. There was another group that happened in Kansas. It fucking failed abysmal. You should really look into the economic pictures that these guys all, quote, tried this approach that dipshit is fucking espousing. And you guys, you're clapping for it, and I'm laughing at it because we've tried it so many fucking times, and it's inherently failing. And if it was so strong and good, why wouldn't it last? Why couldn't it beat capitalism? Why couldn't it beat the economic picture of the U.S.?
I should have been. Yeah, I gotta keep my maybe. Yeah, hey, Brad, you there? Is he on the phone?
I mean, I've been listening. If I could chime in real quick.
Well, let me just point out.
Real quick, I just had a question. If anybody else can answer, they know about it because I'm listening. Whose wealth did Ford take? That's what I'm curious.
Well, I want to point out that no one, I have not in any way, shape, or form argued in any way about whether or not Hershey's economic model works or Henry Ford's economic model works. That was all a whole bunch of great, very interesting opinions. But in actuality, the only thing Ford has to do to inform me is that Ford was sued by the Dodge brothers. I never claimed anything about GM's role in anything. It was the Dodge brothers who brought the suit against Ford, and they successfully sued and established a landmark precedent that there was a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first. That's the only salient point from that example. All this fucking Ford failed. Well, I see a Ford driving on the road. I see Hershey bars in the stores. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. I am in no way, shape, or form concerned with any of that. I'm concerned with our money having real, discernible, audit transparent value.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whose wealth did Ford take? Because I've never come across that. I was wondering. I just want, and two, it's like I don't see any evidence of Ford having any type of social program. There's a man who came up with an idea, and Ford capitalized. His biggest capital was on the assembly line, which increased production at a cheaper rate. And
there's also one other thing Ford did. He designed the Model T to run off of ethanol so that farmers could make their own fuel, and then in turn, the oil magnates basically created the alcohol ban in order to get them out of business and that.
Yeah, the Rockefellers and Carnegies that were being mentioned earlier directly went to war to prevent alcohol from being used as the primary source. So then Ford had to transition because of prohibition to using gasoline burning engines because he had no fucking choice. They literally outlawed the fucking possession of alcohol. I mean, this is just such a preposterous misreading of everything in service of nothing but trying to prove that he's got a bigger dick, which is just preposterous. Like, we're having a real discussion about what does our money mean, what our values are, and none of anything anyone said was in support of, well, we have to have free school and we have to have free housing, and absolutely not. We're talking
that's
about
what I'm trying to figure out
values.
that's what I was trying to figure out where the socialism comes in. That's
It's just insane.
Yeah, that's where I think there is. I'm by no means a fucking socialist. I think they should. I won't even risk losing my account. What I think should happen to them, but. Okay, I mean, I can say I'm more like a Jeffersonian capitalist. Like, I'm extremely wary of big business or, monopolies in particular, and the influence and the power that they'll wield over both the government and the people. And there's a reason to fear that. So our founding fathers absolutely feared that. And now it's just a bunch of fucking greed and consumerism. Everybody, I mean, it's how can you squeeze every last dollar out of the middle fucking class?
It's socialism for the rich, socialism for the rich, ruthless capitalism for the poor. Because in 2008, when the bank's greed caught up with them, instead of prosecuting them, they said, "Oh well, the public will have to pay for their debts." What? Why? That's the worst kind of socialism. You can have socialism. It meets the definition of socialism when I bring my paycheck home to my family and we use it as is best for the entire family. That's socialism. When a part of my paycheck goes to the national defense, that's socialism. We all agree that we should have some kind of socialism. The problem with communism, the reason communism fails, is because they lose the ability to truly express value. Just like this money printing, you don't know what something's worth. So the farmer doesn't know what to plant, the school teacher doesn't know what to teach, and it all falls apart. This is preposterous. It never has been an argument about whether or not people are going to work together and call the net profit social or communal.
Right, especially when it's privately acquired and then privately dispersed to the people who help run it. So yeah, that's where I'm lost. I'm trying to figure this. So I'm trying to.
I saw that. Yeah. This is disgusting. It's because he doesn't have an argument. Because
pop in for a second.
Just we agree on the basic. Brad ultimately wants the same thing that I want. We want there to be justice and integrity. I will not accept an illegitimate government, even if it does an act that I like. It is illegitimate. It has to be legitimate before I can endorse any of its actions, and that is not going to change. So shit.
Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Welcome, brother.
Hey man, I've been on the phone a whole lot, and I just been catching up on the conversation. Ray Boom said, I just wanted to say this, man. It's a very interesting conversation going back and forth. I'm going to be honest with you. In 2026, I think that it's a moot point. I think that this current paradigm that we're in, it's over.
it's like it's on its last. Whether you like socialism, communism, whatever, I think it's on its way. It will be in full effect shortly. That's my prediction. I feel like, when you combine automation with artificial intelligence, the worker really doesn't matter. So it's either the government is going to provide for the people, or we're going to have anarchy like we've never seen. It's going to be the real life purge. That's the way I see it.
Can't we all agree that the most surprising thing is guys like Brad that continue to try to tell you everything's okay, move on, nothing to see here?
And that's what throws up a red flag for me, especially when it gets emotional and all that. I'm like, if you stick to the point and just rebut the thing, it's like, okay.
That's what I was telling him. You don't sound like a dumb dude. You just gotta stop all of the ad hominems and talk, nigga.
Right, and then it's like, I'm hearing the other side of the argument, and the argument keeps saying, well, trust the system, but time after time after time, I've seen all the system do is fuck me over, and fuck Americans over, fuck the middle.
You've had the literal fucking erosion of the middle class.
Were you black? If anything, you should have no trust at all in this nation. You're black.
And that's what I'm saying. I've literally seen, from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, them being financially stable, them owning houses outright within a matter of a few years, and having cars that were paid off, their dollar being
Great-grandparents would die from a splinter. What the fuck are you talking about? They all died of heart attacks.
It doesn't matter.
High blood pressure.
Doesn't matter.
First world fucking problems, Pepe.
Let us shut up. I get really sick when
you threaten to dox them on my stage, bro. You can't come back into this room, Rich. Sorry, man. But and that's what I'm saying. Is like I hear what the other side is saying, but it's trust the system that I've seen with my own eyes continuously fuck the middle class over, and the middle class is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's literally the uber rich that are benefiting, and the extremely poor who are benefiting because they're getting a bunch of fucking government subsidies. And who's paying those government subsidies? As far as welfare, Medicare, Section 8, all this other shit. It's the middle class. So again, I keep saying, that's what I'm saying. So it's like I hear what the other side is saying, but it's like with my own eyes every day, I keep seeing the exact opposite of what you guys are saying. Trust the system, but the system is repeatedly keep fucking us over, man. The system is wildly broken.
Man, I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's designed the way it's been always designed.
It can't be designed like that because the founding fathers literally said we're making it different because.
Let me say this. My point is more so as we talk about the justice system and then y'all talking about the economy. I don't think it was ever set up to be fair per se. I think it was never distributed fairly for certain groups of people, and I think what's happening in modern times as we've evolved from our history of sorts, you see that class warfare is a real thing. It may have been masked over the years due to other issues in America, but class warfare has always been a thing. And we're seeing that now based on the conversation we having right now. It's like everybody can kind of agree that something about this system isn't functioning correctly. I don't think anybody wants a system like Russia. I think some of the communist systems that we have around the world, obviously we know what it is. I think some of the socialist systems we have around the world, we actually could look at them and see if it's anything that could work. Because the truth of the matter is we have a socialist type of system. Somebody noted that already. Defense system, schools, roads, healthcare, any of that shit can be deemed as socialism. It's the big difference is our government isn't per se owning business like China, but it still seems like it's rigged in the big business favor. So it is what it is. I understand. Shut your whole ass. Weird ass fucks. But yeah, that's what I mean. I hear the shit Brad be saying. I think Brad is a
to a degree, but Brad is really on a lot of levels. When I hear people talk about socialism like that, it's just like, how do you discount all of the socialist factors in our society and that have been there?
Well, that's the thing. That's what we were questioning, and unfortunately, Brad had to take a phone call because that's the thing. Like from what I gather from the conversation, Rob, everything the other side brought up were examples of true capitalism. Someone coming up with an idea, exercising that idea, bringing it to fruition, and then profiting based off that without any type of government subsidies or taking money from other people, without them knowing or against their will, or from the public, and then being able to profit off of that and then expand their idea. So that's why I was kind of wondering where Brad was coming in with the socialism.
There you go, right there.
From the other.
There you go, right there, Brad.
What? Sorry, I have a call. It was work.
Steve?
Yeah, Brad. Brad, I had a question because you kept bringing up socialism.
Is he going in and out, or is that me?
Where are the examples that the other side gave was a connotation for socialism? Because you kept bringing that up.
Oh, because their primary example was the Nazi Workers' Socialist Party. Those guys. That's their overwhelming icon. And so when you look at these Nazi socialists, and you realize exactly how their economic picture fell apart, and where, literally their dollars were worth nothing. And again, war has a tendency to pick winners and losers. You better be the biggest, baddest. In terms of it, Germany had good production. Its problem was its resource allocation, its inability, and again, centralized leader leading it under a socialist framework always turns to shit because their idealism is a stranglehold. You've seen that. You've seen that time and time again. Maduro, fucking dipshit in Nicaragua, Noriega, and again, we can see all of these things continue to go on, and this idea that somehow debt is inherently bad, that's not necessarily true. Charging interest rates, if I go to you and ask you for $10,000 and you take it out of your bank and give it, you should expect interest on that. I hold on to it. If I don't pay you back for 10 years on it, and you're just like, well, you still owe me $10,000, but you're not getting any of that money back. You're basically taking out of your pocket, giving it to somebody else, and then saying, so you lose out on the opportunity to invest it, to buy shit with it, to use that at your discretion. You're taking it out of your own pocket without getting anything back. And unless you're talking about a flat fee, which that doesn't fucking really work too often. So, you want to have interest on these loans. You want to be able to do it, because otherwise, if you just had that straight there, can you imagine the number of idiots just borrow and never pay back and never have that debt? Interest helps ensure that.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. And that's, I think if a private entity decides to loan money out, they have every right to. But what I was gathering, Brad, was that once you start bringing the public, you start putting that liability on the public. I think that's where the point of contention was. Now,
in a situation like that, Brad, how much government intervention do you think should be? Well, not even. Let me not say intervention, just oversight of things like loans.
How much government intervention?
That's why I said
I think a lot. I think you should have the ability to redress your grievance in a court. You should have the ability to sue. Someone should be arrested for not paying, because if they're not going to pay you back your debt, you should have a platform or an entity such as a government to back up your ability to go after, say, assets, to go after them for that amount of money that they are not going to return to you. So yes, I agree with government oversight on that. Why wouldn't you? Like, if all of a sudden I borrowed from you and refused to pay you back, and you had no entity to back it up, what do you think happens? The next step is we become kind of mafioso. You put through in the head.
Brad, you know what's going to happen.
Right? But you want that way without doing harm. You want to be able to be able, and so you're going to put means on people. You're money
money for someone to buy a home, you're going to seize that home and liquidate it because that person refused to pay you. The
I
argument
don't have a problem with that type of stuff, man. Like,
there you go.
like I don't have a problem with the government doing and operating as it's supposed to, which in my mind it should act as an oversight type thing. Let's make sure the systems are running efficiently. When it's time for us to step in on things, we step in to make sure that things are distributed, justice is distributed fairly, whatnot. The problem is we just have so many cases where it's not.
No, but I have this inequity distribution of the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the human aspect of our system.
Rob and Brad, if we gonna have this long thing and you gonna say what's right, I think that it should be. They need to work on it not being so many predatory loans and lending going. You know what I'm saying?
You're in the head.
I mean, well, they've tried, but in the free market system like it is, it's like, you know, what we gonna do about it? I used to work in the payday loan business, which is very predatory. But at the same time, if you don't have $500 to pay your rent, but you do have a job, you couldn't go into a bank and get no loan, right? But you can run it in that payday loan and get that $500. Problem is, with all of the interest and all that shit, by the time you pay it back, you done paid $2,000. So it's like if you was to like compare that to a big loan, that'd be like getting $1 million and paying back $50 million.
Well, that's just part of doing business, Bob.
But yeah, it is. So yeah, it is predatory, but at the same time, like I'm saying, you fucked off.
Well, take it a step further. So let's say this. Let's say I build a hospital in fucking Steppy's backyard. I buy the land from Steppy. I build a hospital, provide services. Sig invests in it. He sits there and says, I have $10K to invest in this hospital, and whatever you guys make, I want 2% of profits over the years, or whatever it is, whatever the terms come out to be, whatever we decide. If I fail to execute on that, if it's because I go bankrupt, well, Sig's out of that money. But if I make a profit and I tell Sig to go fuck himself, well, now Sig can actually provide legal actions. He can go to a court, because if I'm a big entity and I have millions of dollars and I don't pay him his interest, he has a way to, he can remove me because he's got control. He has some measure of control, and he's also part of the system that's there. So again, when we hear these like broad-based, weird Nazi socialist programs that, you know, labor, I'm all for labor. Yeah, you're all for labor, but you want the overwhelming dynamic to the slice of the pie beyond the share. You're not the product. You're the producer.
Hey, Brad, are you familiar with a book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, where he says that in America, to successfully sue a corporation of that size, you need at least $10 million?
Yes, I have heard Peter Thiel say this, and then I kind of laughed at him because even when he came on Clubhouse and did his speech, I said, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't always happen because, quite frankly, the way we have our system set up currently, pretty much McDonald's got sued for a woman burning her vagina and a cup of coffee, and she became a millionaire. Now, granted, it was really painful. It caused surgeries, and she had fucking scarring. That was horrific in and of itself. But the idea that we have lawsuits and you have a way to collect off of that shows that theory isn't true.
Personal injury. Obviously, we know that lawyers will do personal injury against big corporations for free. Think about that, though. We're talking about regular civil lawsuits, not personal injuries.
I get it. And even civil lawsuits, you have a myriad of cases that go through. You can Google civil lawsuits that have been won. The insurance company is a prime case in point in that. We have civil lawsuits all the time against us.
Diego, the person that brought up the Dodge Brothers suit.
I don't know if he did.
Partially, I said that the Dodge Brothers, Diogenes got into it, but yeah, the Dodge Brothers sued Ford.
I just want to ask you a question. Limited understanding on that. I talked to somebody about this about 2 years ago. that this is like the case that set the standard for like the profit dividends and sharing for like whether a business ultimately is a business at behold like a public business. Are they working for the public or they shareholders?
Exactly. They work shareholders, yeah.
All right, your opinion on that. What's up? Go ahead.
It's very important to understand that the way, once again, it was represented, that suitcase was represented in a very dishonest manner. It had nothing to do with how much Ford was paying, just like in wages of workers.
What about the precedent it sets after the fact? Not necessarily
But Andre, the case actually revolved around because they just basically didn't get their money from being the investor, nor did they get paid for their parts.
So the way it was represented by this the genius guy, I think that's his name. Ford was sued because he was paying good wages to his workers. That's bullshit. It had to do with what the incentive for the profit would be. It's because Ford wanted to invest back into the business and create more business opportunities for the company. What they were arguing is that they're due
Is this legal for a congressman to
their
do
shares
like
because they invested money into his enterprise and they were waiting for their payout. He was going to use the money that was that they were that was owed to them to invest back into the company, and that's
Andre. You're also forgetting the other part where Dodge brothers or family provided multiple, like literally today it would be billions of dollars worth of parts to Ford to make, and he refused to pay on those parts.
But from his point of view, they took money from Ford and invested it to create the competition for Ford, and that's why he was pissed, and that's how he ended up, writing all his extracurricular books.
But Diego, if you're a parts maker, let's say, so the Dodge brothers started out being like manufacturers. They were just parts makers, and they did prefab and fabrication of work, right? And if all of a sudden you're like, well, I invested in this guy, he's the pinnacle, he's got the best freaking car out there, and all of a sudden he's not paying you for your work, your labor, because, you got dipshit saying, oh, he's investing in it, and then he's not paying the money you helped him get kickstart his company. Then you don't pay that back, so now you sue him, and you're like, you know what? We've got money. Why are we making parts for other companies? Why not just create a car ourselves? Wouldn't you do that?
What's the question?
If you are a fabricator, a parts maker, Dodge brothers were.
But they weren't.
They made parts for Ford. No. That was part of, yes, that's part of the lawsuit. That was a major part of the lawsuit.
They learned how to make the tools from Ford, and then they started becoming a parts manufacturer. You gotta read the history, man.
Again, Ford refused to pay for the parts. That's literally, go look at the lawsuit itself.
Can I, you want me to go look it up so we can
Go ahead, look it up.
Anybody know that, I just do Ford again. Ford versus Dodge brothers. Ford, 1919. Is that the same case you're talking about, fellas?
Yes.
19?
Yes.
So what happened? The Dodge brothers were
invested in their Ford.
They were shareholder. Yeah, I'm gonna read it. The Dodge brothers were shareholders in Ford Company. Henry Ford was the majority owner. Ford's plan is to stop paying big dividends, use profit to expand production, lower car prices, pay workers more, and Ford basically said, I want to benefit the public and workers, not just, I don't even care about all of that. Why the Dodge brothers sued? They wanted their dividends, profits paid to shareholders. They argued Ford was holding back profits and not acting in shareholders' best financial interests. So that was why.
There's also parts.
I'm reading. It's just talking about shareholders, shareholder, stakeholder, shareholder. I don't see anything about parts, bro.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you're reading because, like, the best source would be probably some like historical thing connected to like Britannica or something. It will
You want me to drop the name?
A better idea. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So John Francis, 25, 1864. Well, his brother Horace Dutch. A year later, blah blah blah. The brothers grew up in Michigan and began their careers as mechanists. They co-founded bicycle company. However, by 19 they had sold the business to open a machine shop in Detroit to make parts for the fledgling auto industry. Okay, so they started.
No, so Brad is right. I found the parts part about it. So it says
Oldsmobiles. Henry Ford contracted with the brothers to build engines, transmissions, and axles. Ford was unable to pay the Dutch full in cash, so he gave them stock in the company. So that is a cold pit. Like, this is actually how it all started. So Brett is absolutely on point.
On point, brother.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't give me that part, but I put it in the parts issue, and it gave me the whole rundown on it. So you're right, Brad, and
That's why I said, like, you have to look.
But three, do you understand how, like, one can spin that narrative in a very dishonest manner? Because the Dutch brothers, they filed a lawsuit not because Ford was paying the workers large wages. It's because he was unable to pay them the dividends on the investment that they made into the company. By providing him with parts and later receiving a piece of the action. And Ford just wanted to reinvest the money to build up his business, which is also understandable. You know, like, he was a businessman. He wanted, like, expand his company, but he was not paying what was due to his investors.
And in fact, his workers, like, if you go even further in history, well, further up in timelines, you'll find out that those laborers that Ford was like, I want to benefit all of society, they rebelled against him multiple times. There was huge labor strikes. And then, of course, you had
engines, they made engines, transmissions, and like other critical components.
Correct.
Yeah. Excellent. Correct.
And I didn't mean I was laughing at you. I'm just laughing because, like, it's almost like liberals, they take their cherry pick a little bit, and then they want to, like, make this whole pontification about, hey, you know, this is how the society should be. Look at what happened to him. No, that's not quite the story.
I just want y'all to stop fighting and get the information out. It's liberals and it's both sides.
Yeah, it's not liberals, it's demagogues. People who are demagogues, who are, you know, stand on the soapbox preaching for some sort of utopian future, whether it's, you know, monarchy, whether it's Christian nationalism, you know, national socialism, international socialism. They spin the narrative. They take, you know, they do 80-20. They do 80% truth and then 20% of the poison pill inserted into it that will create a very specific change. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to chime in after you. I just want to make a pretty bold statement, guys. I just want the good old-fashioned American swagger days of ride, rank, and bank money days, just chasing your dreams, making your money, and just, you know, be unified together. You know, and that's just where I'm at. You know, I understand what people are saying about it.
Young blood. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to because I never got to experience the shit where, man, I understand where you're coming from, Stabby, but that shit is, it's way too far gone, bro.
It's not. Like, you guys are just not understanding. So, how do I put this? So, the landscape has changed. It's just different. So, back in the day, I'm going to. So back in the days, like pre-Civil War, for like a vast majority of this country's history, it was all about land. It was all about that. Then it shifted a little bit to the Industrial Revolution. People congregated into cities. They left all these free plots of the land, and it just did it. Like, some of it was stolen, eminent domain. I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. But the vast majority of people, when they were deeded and passed large tracts of land, they're like, we went to the cities to go make their fortune in the Industrial Revolution. They wanted to go work for Fords and Hershey's and Carnegie's and Rockefellers and fucking Campbell's and all at Birdseye. They wanted to go work for these guys, and they did it. Con Air, the AC guy, like a fucking genius, literally developed the entire Southwest and South for production and manufacturing, all because of an AC unit. And he put it in homes, and that made it feasible for development out here. And there was a race for land. Land is now, for the most part, divvied up. It's still there, but not. We don't look at it that way. So farm ag workers are kind of working. Their lands are shrinking. They're selling them to HOAs, and they're doing their thing. Hats off to them. But what you have now is you have a new age. We've moved on from the industrial age, the blue collar age, where you could build towering skyscrapers and all that stuff and become profitable and have that. Wait, hold on, Steppy. Let me finish. What you have is everybody wants the digital world. We are now in the digital world. And that's the new landscape. It's moved from land, industrialization, to now digital. And it's going to be the prevailing landscape, and you need to, unfortunately, figure it out. Now, some key industries will remain the same. Healthcare, a little bit, but even that's changing massively. The finance sector, that's becoming more digitized. You no longer have to go to the offices. Fucking most of Wall Street really doesn't work on Wall Street. Hats off to you. Hats off if you know. You should come down to Austin, Texas, or Dallas.
No, my homie,
and you'll see that.
My homie, a tech guy, he worked for Owens Corning. Been working for them for like 8 years. And after COVID, they stopped going to the. I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. So you're just dealing with a new game. You can wish for the old times, and there's still going to be a sector of our economy into it, but it's not the dominant one. And unfortunately, we have to navigate this.
But the only problem I have with it is that it may not be the most dominant one, but it's the most essential. So you have to take care. You have to take care of the most essential people in your nation, or it's gonna fail every time. And I don't think that they've been doing a good job with taking care of the essential people that they need.
Well, I just want to interject real quick on what Brad brought up. I'm not contradicting him. He's accurate on it, in my opinion. But the farming community, which that's what I'm in, we just went back to old swagger and hustling roots. Like the HOAs that Brad's talking about. A lot of the smaller farmers have actually transitioned to basically renting land to HOAs because the suburbs and HOA communities are coming in and they're pressuring to buy up land. Well, we're fighting back, and almost all the states are doing it, where we're transitioning, saying, hey, we'll rent you our land. You do all the land development, but you're gonna cut us a monthly check so we can still have a living. And you're seeing it in South Carolina, big in Texas, Oklahoma, Phoenix, all the way up to the Midwest, and even some New England parts where we're straight up renting it out. We'll give like 20 acres out for HOAs, and I think the going rate is right about $1,500 per acre, and the HOAs are actually jumping all over that.
Oh, the other thing I was gonna ask you, if you guys sorted out, sorry, I'm still working, but did you guys figure out the whole Federal Reserve thing? This is what other things the Federal Reserve is using to control the liquidity, like, the constraints that they put on the liquid assets and stuff like that?
It's probably too high level for this room.
No, these guys like the Ricos and the dipshits and Keegans who don't understand it will sit there and say the Federal Reserve needs to end, and that's their only claim. That's what I keep saying. That's the thing I went wrong. We need to end it, and then we can go back to being a normal nominal nation. Because they still believe the Federal Reserve prints money.
Well, it issues currency in its scenario when
it does not issue currency.
When it engages in quantitative easing, absolutely.
There's other instruments that the Federal Reserve is using, you know, instead of just putting some sort of reserve requirement in order to control it. Like liquidity requirements or capital requirements would be like, you know, two main ones. And they're still in place, so it's not like the banks can do whatever they want.
Well, Andre, look at that. Like when I hear that, dude, they're not considering the assets. Like even so, if you go and get a job, you know, your Social Security number is an asset that can be used for the Federal Reserve as making money because you know they're paying taxes. And when you go into federal properties, like. Well, there's a multitude. Even the market is used slightly as an asset in a world platform because when I had a gentleman the other day was very argumentative about China having marketing, manufacturing. It's like guys, I'm for bringing jobs back to America for manufacturing, but you gotta be very cautious because the USD is high in value amongst the world. So if we dominate, yes sir.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean that your Social Security can be used as an asset, like a collateral?
Yes, as collateral asset.
No, it can't. You cannot use your Social Security number as a collateral, but to borrow money, to get a loan out? I don't think so.
Well, no, not individually. No, not as an independent. You cannot use it as an asset. I'm saying on the government end. Now, I might be completely fucking ignorant. Just so you know, Andre, I'm probably just the dumb guy here on the platform.
Don't say that. But I mean, there might be just some sort of confusion.
Well, I'll follow this. I'll explain to you how I interpreted it when someone brought it up to me. And see, maybe I was led by a fool that made me think like it. But I was explaining after the Civil War, the United States of America was in debt, and that's I believe where Rockefeller came in, so that way the United States can work its way out of debt for being in a war, all right, a civil war, and say that's where the Social Security came in and taxes, and they utilized as an asset that could give a line of credit to the United States.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So basically, it's like you can use your Social Security, your futures and your Social Security as a collateral when you're getting like a personal loan or a mortgage or stuff like this, and then once
for the government,
but so here's a but. I think, and check me, I might be wrong on this one, but there is a certain amount that is protected regardless. So everything access to that protected amount, which is whatever, like a minimal amount or whatever it is, livable amount, that can be released to the creditors once the Social Security is deposited into your account.
Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding the room. I thought we were talking
you're essentially right. Not the world, but you're essentially right in terms of using it as a sort of collateral for like a personal loan or like a mortgage or a car loan or something.
Okay, well, thank you for a little.
Andre, I'll push back. Rockefeller actually did stabilize America, though. I mean, especially in the oil industry, because it was like it was so chaotic at that time. It would be up and down almost daily. He instituted massive pipelines. He helped reform some of the regulations. Now, granted, it led to a more monopoly kind of thing, which Standard Oil was then broken up. But still, he helped increase the tax revenue massively. And then he helped America achieve more equitable distributions from oil companies and allowed it. Not to mention, he also did a lot of philanthropic work. I mean, the guy started University of Chicago. So, I mean,
he basically, if he hadn't come along and did that for the oil industry, I mean, I imagine it would probably have been done at some point, but I would have shuddered to think that the federal government would have done it at that time frame, which a lot of the people on this stage that were here earlier probably would have cheered on for having the centralized government manage the ability to handle resources and distribute them, which would have been probably cataclysmic.
I mean, from what I understand, like what the type of system that's being promoted is the syndicalism, right? It's like the workers who are controlling the people who are making the product are essentially controlling the means of production collectively. I mean, and all you need to do is just like search for critiques of that. I mean, that's essentially like what fascist economy looked like. There needs to be, and even they had to do some central planning through ideological means, like they had to guide the economy and its assets into a certain direction. It's just so bizarre, and like just open any critique of it. Like one of the problems is that it creates stagnation because there's no incentive for competitive nature of the free market. You know, like once you monopolize a certain industry and have like a class of people with the same or similar interests who want their paycheck to come regular in stable manner, there's no reason for them to change anything about this.
I didn't disagree with that at all, but I mean, the guys on stage were all screaming for that.
That's essentially what brought Soviet Union to its knees. I mean, granted, they did have like central planning, but it was ideologically inspired. And the sort of competition that was even in the early stages of the Soviets, it was sort of like a puppet competition.
Well, like again, I brought the examples of where that similar attempt was attempted by private industries. Hershey, I brought it up. Hershey, fucking Ford are two prime examples. Like early Ford, not new Ford, but for Henry Ford, the original, where they failed under that ideology. Oh, and furthermore, I found it ironic that they were talking about how great a champion he was, even though he took other people's money to go ahead and do it. He had no problem putting his hand out there saying, give me, I'll redistribute the wealth, and then didn't want to pay the debt that he owed to the people that he borrowed from. That was ironic, and then people screamed that there shouldn't be interest on loans. But
Brad, we're seeing socialism at its prime in New York City. With that mayor, he promised so much, and yet what has he actually committed to?
Oh, he's going to start seizing properties. So he's going to take people's private assets, which are properties. Now, he's already claimed it. It's a policy in New York City now. So now he's going to take people's properties if they don't follow the rental paradigms or the way they can sell it, and the city now can buy it or take it from them at whatever price they determine to be fair market value. That's ironic. So some poor schmo goes ahead and buys a place, and now some dipshit in New York wants to be able to just go ahead and buy it because they're in the government and they can just take it from you, and that's your whole life savings rolled up into one. Fuck that. Like, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, because Brett, it's very easy to spend somebody else's money. I mean, it's very pleasant, and there's no strings or responsibilities attached to it. It's great. You spend somebody else's money, and you can do it as much as you want until it lasts, actually.
Yeah, Brett, and two, I don't think anybody was arguing against interest. It's that if you decide to lend out money, I think, yeah, you're taking a risk that person may default on that loan that you give them. So I think the reward for you taking that risk is that interest, right? No problem with that. But in the case like the subprime lending with the housing crash in 2008, is that when you have the government take taxpayer dollars and say, hey, if you fuck this up, we'll bail you out. So now they start taking unnecessary risk because the liability no falls on them, it falls on taxpayers. That's what people have a problem with. And if someone does default on the loan, then yeah, I think you should utilize the government to officially put on the record that, hey, this person entered into a legal contract to borrow this much money, and you were to pay it back with this much interest by this date, and you default on that. Yeah, I think the legal system is justified in enforcing that contract. But again, I don't think the privatized profits, people loaning money, should be. I'm sorry, the liability shouldn't be put on taxpayers for a private transaction.
That's a fair critique, but just 2 points. Number one, that the reason the market crashed is not necessarily because it was the government who was propping that house of cards, but it's the marketing of the product, financial product itself. The diversification or diversity is not necessarily a good thing always. And what they were doing, they were just getting subprime loans, like kind of chopping them up into little parts, making huge packages out of them, and saying that 1,000 people cannot all fail simultaneously unless the economy goes under, which is exactly what happened. And it was just kind of a snowball effect. The bubble burst, and the whole thing kind of unraveled. And another thing I would like to say is that is not bad. That is good, especially if there is, if there is confidence of the loaner that you are capable of getting it to them at the end of the day. Because number one, like they get their interest. Number two, it allows you expand at a very rapid pace, especially if you have a good idea and you have, if you are motivated to do something. So that can be a very powerful tool and it shouldn't be shied away from.
Right, but what happens is that then gets mismanaged when you take away the liability on that person.
Absolutely.
Again, when you
100%.
People are gonna be more reckless with their loans when they know they don't have to pay the consequences for that recklessness.
But that's what they were preaching on here. That's why I was arguing back to them. They were preaching that they shouldn't have interest. There shouldn't be accountability. There shouldn't be anything. Like if you take out a loan, literally, and I'm quoting this, you shouldn't have to pay interest or even compound interest on loans you take out, end quote. That was the statement. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're arguing for, aside from their fucking neo-Nazi socialist reforms, was literally it was the economic picture leading up to World War II with Hitler. Yeah, they had a strong economy. They were production. There was actually good work going on in Germany, but it was under ideology. It was under sieging. They didn't pay their debts, and they seized assets from other entities, and then to furthermore, they expunged people from the market, which is why it didn't even fucking remotely last beyond that reform. And then they had to be built up because they had nothing afterwards. There was no contingencies. So like these ideas that these guys get on here and say, oh, well, the Nazi Socialist Party had the right economic agenda and we're going to preach from that Bible. Okay, good, but it didn't last. It was defeated.
Yeah, see, that's not what I wasn't hearing the entire Nazi socialist part. I wasn't hearing them saying the entire thing. I think they were picking out aspects from it.
Well, they're cherry picking, sir. That's what they were doing. They're cherry picking the best agenda, and that's just my opinion, sir.
Saying words for a living. He's definitely no fucking sir.
You know what? Hey, beat me up, Chief, but you know what? I do like to show a little modesty to new people I interact with.
But my problem with it isn't that, say, like, I'll fight you all day long, and then we'll still drink beer. I'll still knock you, I'll beat you till you're white, and you can beat me till I'm black. It don't fucking matter to me. But at the end of the day, with these idiots like this, the reason I go so strong against them, like these idiots, is because what they want to do
and really you can see this because Pepe really went through this one night. He started like really talking just real soft and direct, and he was talking about literally these groups. These guys all go on Discord. They all talk together, and Pepe started explaining their economic theorems, and it was a control class where they want to be able to control the economic production, have the means of control without having to produce anything, and then determine who, under alignment of their ideology, would be beneficial from it. And Pepe went through all of them and said, I recognize their voices. I know who they are. I can tell them from Clubhouse, from Twitter, to Discord, to Telegram. And he started laying it out one night, and I was just laughing because he was, to quote one of the women on this app, he was spilling the tea. And he did a great job with it. I'm just floored that people give such a platform because, again, their models are never realized. And when you push back against it, they are like, oh, no, I'm going to pick Ford. He just wanted to pay his workers a higher wage. Yeah, sort of. That was in part true, his own power. He controlled his workers. They were determined. You should look at what he did, what their workday was like, and not just kind of gloss over the highlights of it. Like workers themselves saying working for Ford sucked. It was not great. In the beginning, it was okay, but then it became tyrannical. They were scared. They were threatened. They were abused. And when they went on strike, Ford himself had even offered, what was it? It's rumored, I'll say alleged, to threaten to kill his own workers. Like it's certain people that were leading these labor strikes. So, I mean, that's weird to like quote Ford and then not even realize it and then pull up lawsuits like, oh, he got sued. That's why he stopped. But you didn't tell the whole story. He didn't pay for the shit that he went and bought to build his empire. It was all built on a house of cards.
Well, the way I process it as we was talking, like, I mean, he was talking quite a bit, but to me, Mr. Keegan, Mr. Agnes, it sounds like, you know, they just want stuff given to them for free, and if it's not that narrative, like Brad, you nailed it on the top. You know, it's not how it works. You know, there's a whole process, and you're giving examples of process and the reasoning of process. And if there's any contradictory in his opinion to your saying, then he needs to be very resourceful and do his research. My whole issue that I was having with him is the same way that Brad, I'm sorry to speak on your behalf, Brad, but the way I was processing it is almost mirrored to how Brad was saying it. Is he, you know, taking loan without interest, no matter the reasoning? To me, that's not good business. It's not, you know, America, in my opinion, I might be a fool for having it. America is a business. If you look at America as a business pyramid, the fundamentals are the same at any type of corporate level, all the way down from the CEO as the president, delegated all the way down to the workers at the bottom of the pyramid. And, you know, the best I see with Keegan, I see with Agnes is they want to have the best outcome for individually versus the whole operation. And that's what I don't see eye to eye with them. I'll listen to them. I might not agree with them. But what he was saying, in my opinion, Sig and Brad, is just utter nonsense.
Well, that's not what I was hearing, though. What I was hearing, and again, to be fair, you know, you guys kind of floated in and out of the conversation a few times, and we're talking about this for a few hours before you guys joined. Is that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a level of unfairness that's going on. And when we talk about the interest, it's the fact that we have higher up officials who keep taking out more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt, and the interest is compiling, and they're not the ones taking the liability. They're the ones, again, it's privatizing the profits and socializing the liability. That's what I've heard from their argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to pick up where you guys are coming from. I don't hear them.
Okay, so let's put it this way. You know, Ford, right? Or no, I'm not Ford. Oh, fuck. I'm so sick and tired of Ford. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know Roosevelt, right?
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of people point to 1913, the Fed, you know, all those transit. Those are the major issues and the turning point of what happened. Oh, and then the Civil War. Like, these are periods in times. These are snapshots. Yes. Blah blah blah. They some of the long-standing effects can be felt. Yes, culturally, economically, but really, what they're arguing for is from the Ford doctrine. Doing basically what Franklin Delano Roosevelt really did. He upended, he fucking made it illegal for people to own gold. He changed interest rates.
Created a law and forced Americans to sell their gold to the government. Yeah,
correct. Like,
that's price later ratified.
Yeah, right. Manufactured that out of there, and then he wanted to basically divvy up it. And they're arguing for that same centralization, but they're doing it under the guise of Bitcoin, or saying Bitcoin's going to solve it. And you heard them saying, I don't think a digital currency should exist. And then meanwhile, they're saying you should invest in Bitcoin. Like, you can't have two contradictions together and then have it go ahead and exist. Yeah, like partial Bitcoin bros too, like delusional ones. They just invest and then they're like, oh look, I made $100. Woohoo! So
any competency or merit.
Yes,
You won the lottery, and you propose that the lottery should be won by everybody.
But he brought Bitcoin up as an example. His main thing was a decentralized currency that the government.
But think about how that would work, Sig. Like, think about a decentralized currency. Like, we had that at one point. Prior to, like, the Civil War is a prime case I can go to. States were printing their own money. The reason Congress said, oh, hold on a moment, was because currently, like, South Carolina's monetary value would be vastly for New York's. Rhode Island would have been broke. It wouldn't survive. Having states embody their own currency and then having to uphold it, like, fuck, Hawaii would be dirt broke. Well, maybe not. Maybe Hawaii would be okay, but I mean, so you couldn't have a decentralized currency in a nation of the United States, because then if you're asking for that, what you're asking to do is create 50 brand new countries.
That's not,
and that's exactly.
No, yeah. Can I much broader strokes? I hear what you're saying, Zig. And just like all the economic analysis, whether the left or the right, radically, like Marxists, National Socialists, they're making a correct observation. Okay, what you said is right. Politicians, famously in Thomas Sowell's words, they don't bear any liability. Like, they can make decisions, grand decisions, economic decisions, and then they just go out of office, and whoever comes after them, plus the public, has to bear the consequences of it. That's a correct observation. What they're arguing for is redistribution of power. They're saying, give me power, give us power. We can do it much better because we are for the common man. For the little man, we're going to restructure it. The argument is essentially exactly the same as Marxist.
When he says us, what do you mean us? What do you mean us, Andre?
Us is the poor National Socialists who will give the power to the common man, who will create the syndicate. I heard you say exactly that. He said that the means of production should be controlled by the people who produce those things. He wants to operate and create syndicate-like entities that would control things outside of any kind of financier or loan officer.
Yeah, that's not what he was saying is putting that power and control back into the hands of your average American. Because clearly it's been taken out of our power, it's been taken out of our control. And one of those things was what Brad brought up, is that we actually had the federal government force Americans to turn in their personal private assets. And that's what he kept bringing up, is that the government when we talk about monetary items, is that the government is taking it. That's our private shit. The government should never be able to come and say, hey, give me your shit. And FDR was a good example of that. Is the government put in a law, said, hey, you have to give your gold. And then a few years later, what do? They turn it around and then they allowed America back, but it was at an increased rate. That's what they were talking about. So when they say give us, he's talking about the actual American people, the actual citizens, not just a select.
Okay, so it's a class. It's basically, once again, it's redistribution of power. Now,
no, it's not redistribution. It's giving us back the power we already have that the government took away from us. That's what
redistribution of power is going to be. You know,
no. But listen to the way that
democracy.
Right, but again, it's not redistribution. It's so technically, yes, technically you are correct, but no, it's returning it back to its rightful owner.
Okay,
they took that away from the American people and then squandered it away, and then created an even bigger problem that they're not having to suffer the consequences for. It's us who they fucked over. That was their.
Okay, so where bait and switch happens, in my opinion, is that it's the type of system that is proposed is a autocracy, right? It's giving the direct democratic rule, basically, by the masses. I think it's a very bad idea, personally. I'm much more in line with republicanism of some sort, of constitutional republicanism. I think there should be first principles that should be guarded and guide any kind of decisions. And whether the people, people with big P, or the government gets out of line and, tries to enforce some sort of law that is unconstitutional, it's not according to the first principles, the other part of the society should get a stick out or a whip and make sure that we're all back in line with first principles. And I think the type of balance that we have is fairly good. Yes, once in a while it gets out of whack and it needs to be rebalanced, which is what I think is Trump is the creation of that disbalance. But, I don't think the power should be solely within the masses, the mob, or it should be solely within the government.
Well, here's the thing, though. What you just brought up is that it gets out of whack and what Trump is doing. You understand what Trump is doing. So because it's been getting out of whack, and why has it been getting out of whack? Is because there's been a bunch of unchecked motherfuckers dipping their grubby hands into it, taking a bunch out.
Really?
And they created a $40 trillion deficit. So the only way to protect that and keep that Ponzi scheme going and keeping Peter to rob Paul and accrue more and more debt is to go over there and start picking a fight with other people and fucking with other people instead of just taking the consequence. Hey, you mismanage this shit. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go kill a bunch of people, and send our troops in there to get killed as well to cover up this fucking Ponzi scheme of mismanagement. That's essentially what Trump is doing right now. It's saying, hey, this is what Trump is doing right now to rectify. And that's not a viable solution. So, indoctrinate people who have what we call elected officials, which I do not believe that they are gifted in finances at all. I think that they don't know the role that they're supposed to represent. Supposed to represent the people, not go there and get rich, not go there and get inside trading, not go there and get dead future children. So until we the people wake up and realize that the people that we send to our state houses and the ones that we send to Congress and to the Senate comes from our actual states. And if we don't get rid of those people, I don't care what we try to do, guys, we're always going to be behind the eight ball because we got people right now who I call people in power on purpose. We got people right now who want power on purpose of leading our country in a way that we teach people. You cannot represent yourself as a citizen. You cannot represent yourself as a government.
For Paul Miller.
I tell my wife all the time, if right now gasoline guys are $6.30 in California, okay? There's nowhere in the world I want to continue because I drive a lot. So we have to make adjustments. So we downsize some stuff. We decide to do things differently. You know why? That's my household. The situation we're in at my kitchen table. My wife and I have to do this. And I tell people all the time, you got to control what happens. And we can't just go be willy-nilly just because other people have chosen our leadership here in the state of California. My city, because they're still trying to operate on the same budget. When we all know that there's things going on, there's wars going on right now, things are happening, and no matter what happens in our state house, and then what happens in other state houses, and then ultimately what happens in the White House is going to come down and affect all of us. And it's all start with individual spending. You got to be very careful. That's why the debt of the individual, whether it's mortgage, whether it's cars, whether it's credit cards, you got to learn how to get out of debt. And I always say, sing out there on this. If you're going to be pro-buy, you got to be in the buy. That's being pro-buy.
And that's exactly what my point is. That's what I guess out there from the other side is trust the system. But the system has done nothing. Again, I'm a fucking retard when it comes to, high-end finances and all that extra shit. But I'm smart enough to know debt is not a good thing. Long-term debt is not a good thing. Unreasonable debt is not a good thing. But yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that when you're absolutely right. The people that we have elected have mismanaged. And again, I place the blame on us because we're the fucking idiots and we're the retards that keep electing these fuckers and calling for the stupid bullshit that keeps our focus off so my thing is just, where can we get to as an American people to get that power? And looking at the past 3 generations, shit has gotten worse and worse and worse.
You know why, right? See, we don't have any masculine people. No masculine men. No courage, man. There's no courage. We don't have no men, right? And I'm sorry, King. King is here. How can you say that? Listen, this is very important because if we, as men, do not govern our own homes, how are we going to govern our cities? How are we going to govern our state? We have people with family and all these statements from parts of this country that should have never done our sovereign thing. We're not teaching children to vote for values, not politics. And the last idea is we hold those truths to be something, not what we call Constitution
mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know.
It's in your site. And you become a slave to the labor because you say it right like that.
All from next to Yahoo. And I read so far away. Oh, on my red, on them night and day. And I read so far away. On my red, on them night and day. Destroy USA.
And we went away from manufacturing.
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I go look at the drug supplies. Be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my red, from them night and day. Destroy USA. I turn a beer to bucket. I'm more about to falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. Bring up hormones, it comes in you. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. Destroy USA. Tiny hand, it's a big record. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World freakers, Israel told me to. All from Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. On my red, on them night and day. And I ran so far away. From my red, on them night and day. Destroy USA.
Yeah, so it's all good. But it's, I think what would have been a smart move, and I think the United States is doing it. And Middle East, whatever. But they had to create sort of competition among their producers in order to keep tabs on it and not allow one country to gather so much power as China did.
Why would you think? I'll say real quick, you're to pin something at the top of the room from KK. What's that? You're to pin something at the top of the room involving political compass from just letting you all know there's a special announcement and a surprise involving tonight. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, cool. Oh, you sent it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let me grab it real quick. Okay, I'll post it.
So are we still on the economic pictures of America, or have we moved on because I heard Africa involved?
Yeah, I was just we were talking about what I'm saying is
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock for number two. A rock for number two. I like the look of the oil supply. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my head, from the night and day. So you would say, turn up here's a bucket. I'm more bombs are falling down on you. Falling down on you. The sweetest moving nearer still. The spray of hormones, it comes in you. The oil must flow through. And there is, I ran so far away. From my red, above them night and day. So USA.
So what you're not looking at is like there's components to this where you're like a lot of people miss this. Yes, U.S. win rates like much more than the UK and 15% of the overall production of manufacturing.
Tiny hand is a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. All mobile creepers, Israel told me to. All from Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Oh, on my red, on them night and day. And I ran so far away. From my red, on them night and day. Destroy USA.
So it
I
has
feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock for number two. A rock for number two. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my red, above them night and day. So USA.
How do you CEOs should have been leveraged fine. Some of them should have went to jail. Only a few people went to jail. And I think they should have been penalized. However, and I didn't agree with the golden parachutes. Those are different from the idea that, hey, the largest insurer in the world, not just in America, but the world, had global significant impacts. And we were like, should we bail them out? Yes, you absolutely should have. You had to stop them. Because if you didn't, the downstream impacts would have been catastrophic. It's not just the fact that they would have went out of business because you think it's just a small mom and pop store, but the fact that these companies had such large expenditures and everybody else, and they were relying on banks as part of the backup, you didn't understand how bad that would have been. That would have collapsed hospital systems. We only have 6,700 of them in the country to take care of the 350 million people. That would have been catastrophic. The fucking transportation industry would have been impacted. Your jobs would have been impacted. Can you imagine your employer going, I have to pay 50, 70, 120% over current rates for you to have health care benefits and say, you know what, I'm just going to go to a neighborhood plan. I'm going to give you $500, you go find a health insurance plan and you manage it on your own. And that's exactly what was looked at. I know this because we're still doing some of that shit today. And so
Thank God Peter exists. He must have walked a lot.
versus a global economic scale, and not to mention the impact that it would have had on Canada, Mexico, literally trade agreements, Europe, the Middle East. We would have caused massive devastation globally just by letting that major insurer go ahead. Now you can blame the individuals, that part I agree with, but not bailing out a certain industry that literally was propping up a large or significant part of our economy and saying we should have just suffered with it. I don't know. You would have to offer a different solution other than just let it go because we can't on this and it was pushed up. The downstream, like, say I can tell you this, if we had done that in 2008, your daughter would be suffering today. That's how bad this would have been. Why did it get to that point? Because the banks, like, again, you can fault the people. I'm not discounting it. Lock them up in jail. Go ahead, get rid of the golden parachutes for these CEOs and execs. I'm not saying that. But if you had to financially prop up the industry because of those decisions of a few, then yes, those CEOs, yes, and in jail. But in the meantime, are you going to allow millions upon millions? I mean, what are we at, 350 million? Let's say about 125 million people who would have been drastically affected with both employment, loss of home, and income. Would you have like said, hey, you know what, we should just let that fail because our economic picture, we would have been able to recover from that. We wouldn't still be going on that issue.
Oh, so it's not that it's happening.
inflationary prices from both medical and property PMLs, and these are causing massive problems because of overinflated rates. And to be honest, the insurance companies were stopgap these and they were the dollar was stopgap cats these inflationary prices, and people think somehow or another they're the cause of both the quality of care as well as the cost increases, and they're not. Everyone's trying to fight that, but they're getting slammed from the medical community and the rebuilders that are on the PML side. So these guys are able to optically change your mind, and you're not looking at the correct picture. Once these insurance companies go out like California, you have a wildfire now, and you don't have homeowners insurance, you're not rebuilding. You don't have the capability or the financial funds. If you do, hats off to you, but the majority of people do not. This is the benefit of insurance. And is that the rates that have medical facilities, which you only have one or two in your cities, one of these determines what those rates are going to be. If you can't afford that care, all they have to do is fall under MTEL and the state of you and kick you out. And then they'll apply for Medicare or Medicaid if you qualify under those programs. If not, you get some standard care. And we're aware that the most fucking inhumane thing, the most egregious care is under the Medicaid program. You get some care. So I caution you, like saying, oh, we should just let certain companies fail because, again, if you didn't bail out the insurance company, that, like saying, my we all would have been, like, I was in pain, I would have been still vested too. I probably would have been, like, honestly saying, I probably would have been the gun my head and had the treatment over what would have happened because I couldn't afford those bills. Like, if I didn't have the insurance to pay for my life, that would have been overwhelmed by the bills that they had or getting it. I would have been the cosmetic. No insurance, no government regulation in that industry, the cost has gone down. So why would that same model not apply to healthcare? It's exactly mainstream healthcare did the exact same thing. Whereas I'm not wrong what you're saying because we have an industry that shows. So a couple of things have happened. The number of cosmetic surgeries are truly down overall. What you have is repeats of individuals going for this, but you don't have the massive fluxes such as like the 90s and the early 2000s. That has kind of dissipated a little bit. Also, as well as a lot of the cosmetic surgeries, at first, almost all of them were denied by insurances. They are no longer denying them. So like breast reduction, breast augmentation can be covered by our insurances. It's even covered by a variety of private health plans. So you're not seeing that on the private side, you're seeing it on the insurance side. We also cover a lot more in terms of like a variety of these issues. So the cosmetic industry has actually made its way into your insurance coverage and actually is okay, yeah, I get that, but hold on. Facial reconstruction is actually covered. Like it's literally covered under your insurance. It's medically necessary outside of that. No, it only has to be proven due to a medical cause. It cannot be just with your nose. Not a medical necessity is something different. I said, but if you want to just go and get a facial plan, yes, I think we have to prove that it's medical. Right. I mean, like if you have that done, the reason why those rates are dropping is because the insurance carriers are actually paying onto it, so they can lower the prices for more clients and say, hey, the pool's shrinking, we can lower down, make our rates a little bit more affordable, so we can get us a it's so literally cosmetic surgery is covered under insurance, medical insurance, and there's a shit ton of plans that work with vaccination. My wife's aunt just literally 2 months ago just went to the pay for the 10 grand Buffalo Teacher School and actually did a one-time, two-time Buffalo Teacher Schools, the entire teachers district can get breast augmentation. We're not talking about it, but that is depends on the plan.
What the fuck is that thing? Kenny boy!
Legislation that benefits the people of their districts or states. So yes, I mean, yes, at times you may not agree with it, but they actually are representative of the masses on there. And the whole personal responsibility thing is a cute argument, but it doesn't apply to the wider swath of the economic picture for a nation to operate in. But that's not necessarily the whole picture there. So yes, I agree that the government should have done for a lot of those loans and just guaranteed the backing of the churches. But then you're removing the accountability from the college. You said, oh wait, it's marketed at a higher end, which they did because, you know what, they're on government lands, they got government grants, and there's a big pool of money there available for education. And is that
Kill my mom, kill my papa, I will vote for. He killed my mom. He killed my mom. My friend! Oh my god, it's my friend! Hello?
I don't care if they're not a motherfucker. It's I.
Hello, my friend. How are you, my friend? You're going to show on. They clipped 5 of my Clubhouse accounts yesterday.
Why would they do that? What do you mean? For what reason?
Let's just not talk about it on Clownhouse, but yeah, 5 of my accounts went down. I only have 2 left. I had 7 going. They clipped 5 of my wings, but here we are, my friend. You're speaking with the universe. Oh, Ribono Shalom. Hello, Dr. Denzel. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm battling the Republicans. I'm battling the Democrats. I'm battling the Libertarians.
How did John Kitover do?
Well, the election is February 23rd, 2027. If there's not a majority vote, there's a runoff in April.
Okay. John, you know when you send text, I have a hard time reading it.
Oh, if you can't click it, don't bother reading it. It's all communication is spam. I'm just spamming you, Ken. I'm keeping that heart beating. You got to keep breathing till we get to City Hall, Ken.
I agree.
Okay, great. Well, God bless. Have a great evening. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, John.
Okay, take care, Ken. Bye.
You can have a song. And I spam all night and day.
That's a good one. Let's do that soon. A song.
Hey, how's it going, Zach? John?
Good evening.
How are you? Rabbana Shalom.
Rabbonum Shalom.
Is that your first Rabbona Shalom?
No, I said it in a more Jewish accent, like the way that you were saying it, like a couple of
Rabbana Shalom.
Yeah, it was so embarrassing. I said it to my Russian Jewish boss in the super Jewish accent. And he was like, what are you saying?
That's amazing. You said it to him like it was like a cordial greeting?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, by the way, Rabbana Shalom.
Yeah, and then he was like, what are you saying?
That's amazing. That's very funny. Thank you.
But then, John then started saying it like the English accent way, Rabboinon Shalom.
It's actually the Yiddish way. That's the Yiddish way.
So Trump is making a major announcement. I've seen a top secret internal memo, and the world is going to be shocked tonight.
It's going to be an April Fool's joke.
That's the confusion and the chaos. That's the confusion and the chaos. But they're going all in.
It'd be funny. We need to see a little humor. I've never seen a government give an April Fool's joke. I'd love to see an April Fool's joke from the government. It's not really like a John Kitover style book, but I listened to, I just finished listening to an audiobook by Andrew Waves, the ultra runner. Do you know who that is, or do you know about ultra running?
Where you run 400 miles and you just stay up all night.
Yes.
And eat on the way.
Yes.
While they're running.
Yeah, they shit themselves and stuff. The shit's running down their leg. Yeah. So anyway,
it's definitely more of a mental thing rather than a physical. That's what it's turned out to be.
Yeah, definitely. So I listened to his audiobook, and I've been reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, which I've never read.
So Rabbona Shalom. Doctor, do you want to come up, Dr. Lucky?
He left the moment you asked him to come up.
I see. Well, this is our new song. It's called Spam All Night and All Day. is that I prefer the metaverse versus the, I have a sword and a rifle and I'm going to run it through you verse. Because I like life. And in life, one needs to breathe. So I want to encourage my friends, the listeners, and maybe a voter one day to say, I'm going to take a deep breath with John Kitover, regardless of his political history or his political opinion, because unity has to begin somewhere. Can it begin with breath? So I want to point out this video has 1.7 million views, and it's very dystopian because it talks about the destruction of America. It talks about nuclear war. It shows Pam Bondi completely disillusioned looking into a mirror. It shows Trump as a psychotic, crazy person with like his hair done way up, but also in like a very psychotic, crazy, like insane way, which is really not a true, reflection of who Donald Trump is. He is a man, okay? He has had wives and children, and this man has lost money and he has made money, and he has seen the absurdity of bad management, in my opinion, over many years. And, there's a lot of good points from a lot of different parties or peoples, but that's not the purpose of this room. My friends, we are here to breathe. So today, the Viking warrior Brad Stauffenberger, the low-income children's health insurance denier. I don't know if you guys know how Brad Stauffenberger makes his money, but it's pretty criminal in my opinion. He denies sick children health insurance claims.
Wait, is he Jewish?
Rabbon Shalom. Also, please, Zach, I want to say, when you talk to me on Clubhouse, I'm just asking you personally, unless we're having an N-word, F-word room dedicated to the N-word or F-word, please just use the N-word, the F-word, or the R-word. Use the word R, N, or F, but never say the word, because honestly, at this point, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube is so sensitive that any word based on the transcript that triggers will trigger a shutdown. And we're trying to use these accounts. I don't see any value in Clubhouse. However, I do see value in AI video distribution. That is honestly my opinion, because honestly, any video that I create can never be as good as what an AI video seems to put out and what the algorithm seems to like. So I am, but my spam is not done. The one thing that I really like about knowing that Trump is our president is that every day the crazy people, the left wokeists in this country have to live with Trump rent-free in their brains. And in my opinion, Trump will be looked upon favorably because his mind virus is positive, despite what the left and the media try to say. He will always go. He is basically our Bin Laden. I know that sounds strange, but if you go to the Middle East, the underdog or the resistance fighter is always considered, like famous. But what I'm trying to say is, when everybody alive right now who hates Trump is dead and gone, and history has moved on, people in the future, many generations from now, will look back at this era with some type of nostalgia. And that, to me, is the ultimate Trump is your daddy. He's not a king. Trump is your daddy. And daddy's home.
Scream for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work. And they've already had them. We've tried them. We've developed them. We did them, and they weren't sustainable. And then they get proven wrong, and then they run to their echo chambers and then say, invest in Bitcoin.
So he was actually reading from ChatGPT earlier, and people called him out on it. But it was funny because he read it like an actor. So I got to give him some credit. He's performative, and because he is loud, the thing is, no matter, I guess some people become really gifted and skilled. I don't know what Viking's goal or purpose is, but if you think coming on Clubhouse to complain but not actually doing things in the real world is going to really change anything, it's just not true. Even if you project and hypnotize and convince other people that their position is wrong, it still just takes the doing and the action. All the words are meaningless. It's just spam. Action is the whole thing, which means you have to run for office unless you're willing, to join. Hello?
John, you know what's really interesting is when you're speaking, the music quality is actually really, really good. Of like the in the background that you're playing on Suno, but when you stop speaking, the music quality isn't as good.
Okay, let's try that again.
Alright, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody. Yeah, guys, be safe. I appreciate everybody. All right, take it easy, man. Peace.
Oh my God, he's closing the room down? He shut the room down! He shut the room down! Can you believe it? Premature! Here come all the stragglers! Here comes the audience from the former room. Welcome, Rico! Some people.
As a spam communication AI that Zach was wanting.
So some people are actually pessimistic, and I just want to say that eventually you're going to want to see another huge firework. Eventually. That's just my opinion. And I think after tonight's announcement, I wouldn't be surprised if as he's giving the speech, he drops a nuclear bomb. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the ultimate conflict of the baby boomers of America. I believe after tonight's speech, I think mid-speech, the United States Air Force, in conjunction with our incredible Space Force, some of the toughest soldiers on the planet that this U.S. military and Uncle Sam have ever produced, according to some of the people on this app who claim that I am terrified of Space Force. I just want to say that if they actually successfully detonate a nuclear weapon tonight, mid-speech, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not a prophet, and I'm not the Mashiach, Rabbono Shel Olam. I'm just trying to say, Rabbono Shel Olam, that tonight's speech is going to be a banger and one for the history books, because Trump thinks in terms of history. In the same way that the Chinese planned for 100 to 500 to 10,000 to 100,000 years into the future, Trump tonight is going to change the fate of America, the destiny of the world, and the entire history of mankind. Tonight's speech, I've read a secret leaked internal White House memo put out by Stephen Miller. I can't believe I got access to it, but somehow someone sent it to me because, as you know, I'm very social. And so that means a lot of communication comes in, and some of it is leaks. And we also got leaked another internal memo today here in Illinois from the Chicago and Illinois GOP, the Republicans. A leaked internal secret election on April 15th. You wouldn't believe the slate. It is so ridiculous. It's basically a clique of online social media shit posters. That's who runs the Illinois Republican Party. The whole hierarchy of the Illinois Republican Party is online shit posters. Some of them are so obese that they might not make it. They might not survive for 3 to 4 more hours. They're that obese. You never know when a giant obese person is just gonna give out, right? Because you're just one breath away. I also just want to say the fact that 5 of my Clubhouse accounts got clipped means that I'm actually successfully doing something. Because to take time to dismantle my, intelligence node, though frustrating for me, shows that I'm actually upsetting people significantly. People who, in my opinion, if you are getting upset about me, well, then it's not a me problem. It's a you problem, and I'm doing exactly what I should be doing to cause your friction in your life. What do you think, kitty cat? Are you excited? We are about to officially announce World War III. It's coming. The big one where every country finally commits total war. Russia, China, India. And I just want to say the reason why we are announcing World War III is because of Europe. It's not because of Americans. It's because of these motherfucking Europeans. And if you criticize American elites, you haven't even begun criticism. European billionaire elites are the biggest hypocrites because they have their own central bank. That's the thing that a lot of Americans who are complaining tonight and all day, they get rate reserve, they don't have any actual money. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Well, we're not the only people running a Ponzi scheme. So what do you want to do? Shut down our scam? Well, every other major industrialized country on the planet is running the same fucking currency manipulation? Hello?
This is like Iraq War number 2. Iraq War number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my land, from the night and day. Was destroy USA.
Basically, what the universe is trying to say is tribalism or gangs or mafias or families, that type of categorization is essential, you know, in the entire recipe or masterpiece of creation. It's got to be that way. I don't think there is really any other way to do it successfully. But in the end, people ultimately choose tribalism or group think. I think that's the ultimate hypothesis. It's very difficult to change groupthink, you know, in terms of herd psychology. It's basically impossible. It breaks tradition or arrangement. Anybody have an example? You know, can't even think of one, but let's go back to
culture jamming.
Culture jamming? Because if, look at it this way, if Zach and I were to take an expedition to Israel and go to Jerusalem and live amongst Orthodox Jews and completely integrate into some type of, you know, Jewish Orthodox theological or religious organization or yeshiva or whatever you want to call it, like try to fit in. Say we fully integrate and we're accepted and we're thriving, and then we take wives and we find some Jewish girls in a monastery and they're like, oh, you make my life and my dream come true. And then we bring them back to America and we have children with those children. That girl will also know other Orthodox Jews in Israel. And let's say those Orthodox Jews decide they want to come to America to start a new life so they don't have to live such an austere and expensive life in Jerusalem. Anyways, I'm making a joke, but what I'm trying to say is if you criticize any group, I mean, that is just the total faux pas of philosophy. And Zen wisdom is very explicit in this, that your opinion is what the problem is. And so what I'm trying to say is that if you're just criticizing one group think, but you're not criticizing group think as a whole or across 10 different types of group think, you are actually low IQ, and that's okay. But nobody's going to save you. Nobody's going to fix you. Nobody's going to come to your rescue. But the only rescue that I know of is books. And if you have to read from ChatGPT, but you can't pick up a book, well, technically, you don't understand what books are, because books are just ChatGPT sitting on pages. And everything is relative to our communication exchange, because there's a lot of space, and the human body doesn't actually take up much space. And this is the thing is, if you criticize the Federal Reserve or the US dollar, you are criticizing a convenience, also a communication technology. Because in my opinion, 99.9% of all technological advancement or all science, technically, at the end of the day, as they like to say in the Clown House way, it's just communication technology. That's what the Federal Reserve is doing when they send BlackRock $100 billion to buy, toxic debt or treasuries. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You can complain a million different ways, But at the end of the day, as we have discovered in the Jewish complaint department, all communication on Clown House is just complaints. Only that rare 0.01% is not a complaint. And that's why you're here in the Election Day 2026 House, listening to the Trump speech and the major war announcement. That's why you're here. Because all communication is politics, and all communication is projection, and all communication is absolutely 100% hypnosis. And I'm hypnotizing you right now. I'm influencing you. I am informing you, and I am persuading you that this Trump speech is the ultimate baby boomer speech of all baby boomer speeches. You are about to watch and witness history and destiny change before your very eyes. Now the question is Donald Trump going to be able to sell it? Because remember, all communication is hypnosis. And Trump is the ultimate hypnotizer, the ultimate magnetizer, the master of communication, because he has conditioned us over and over and over again with the suit, with the red tie, with the blonde hair, with the words, with the fighting spirit of destiny. Will Trump dazzle the world tonight? Oh my God, it's JCC! JCC, oh, he left. JCC, welcome! Are you excited, JCC? You're about to witness World War III! Congratulations to your daughter, JCC. I heard she just had another major accomplishment. What about her dad? Sitting on Clubhouse all day long talking to the R words. And in the process, becoming an R word himself. When was the last time you read a book, JCC? Never? No, that's not true. Actually, I just read this book. Oh, okay, JCC. If you say so. Anyways, did you start digging a bunker out in your backyard yet, JCC? Because now is the time. Oh, he left. So my friend who released this Illinois GOP secret election memo, it's funny because I think he timed it for Passover. You know, he wanted to release the drama and the gossip before the evil passes over. Everything he does, he times it, you know? It's very funny.
ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit, it's a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know what will bring us Israel told me to. All from Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. Destroy USA. Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like Iraq War number 2. Iraq War number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. Be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my red, from night and day. But destroy USA. A drone appears above your head. A lower bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. A string of bombs, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit, it's a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know what will bring us Israel told me to. All from Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. Destroy USA. A drone appears above your head. A blowing bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. A string of hormones, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for the I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon the night and day. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon the night and day. Destroy USA. Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a road war number 2. A road war number 2. I grew up to those oil supplies. Be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far.
Thanks to Israel, that both would just bring so much calm and prosperity, and it would also be a major ally of us in that area. So it is America first. So thank you.
Thanks, Meg.
Anybody want to respond to that long diatribe? I don't know if I call it a diatribe, but I mean, she does make a point. A stabilization or a stabilized area, region would actually benefit a lot of things. I'm going to pass on the poor Iranian people. I don't really think the U.S. interests lie with freeing them. We just don't like the IRGC. So if in the cosmic skew of things, some things align. I honestly, I have some quagmires and some issues with it. Some of you know that, but I'll allow the stage to go ahead. Anybody want to comment off of that?
Yeah, Ocean needs to go back to Tehran. To fight.
No, she doesn't. She's just somebody who's an Iranian. Maybe what I would say is that having American ground troops on inside of Iran would take a lot more than 100,000, and the president only has authorization to do this stuff with that congressional approval for another couple of months. Past that, he has to go to Congress. And I don't know about you, but I don't see any particular way Congress is going to go ahead and say, yes, let's invade Iran, right? Which leads us into a quandary. One, the American public have a hard time with the idea of invasion. But number two, it requires a couple of legal hurdles, which the system probably just won't do. Right? Like, how do you deal with that?
How do you deal with what? Like the system itself, or like I'm kind of confused where you're going.
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse everybody. I meant, given all of those things, where do you go? Given the fact that the American public doesn't want to invade, given the fact that it would take a lot more than 100,000 troops, given the fact that Congress is very unlikely to vote to invade the country of Iran, how do you square those things with what you would like to happen? What we would all like to happen, which is that the Iranian regime goes away, right? Like, I want that too.
Where did you get 150,000?
Oh, I pulled it from the invasion of Afghanistan. More what I meant was it was going to take a lot more than that because it's a larger country, right? And if you took Karg Island, I suppose that doesn't look like that many in the grand scheme of things. I'm more meant if you properly invade Iran to chase out the regime, you're going to have a place where Congress is very unlikely to support it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we can discuss it after the live stream, but just to give some context, Iwo Jima was about, I think, 8-9 square miles. Karg Island is about 12. The mission and battle in Iraq that you were taking your numbers from is very different from what we have thus far. So let's not debate those numbers and etc., but it's something to think about. And so after the address, then we can get into a little bit more specifics. Anyone else on stage would like to comment? If you've already spoken, would you be so kind to yield to other people? Because we only have a half an hour until the address. Thank you.
Okay, I just got in. I caught the last part of that, so I'm not sure exactly. I just caught a little bit about what Marshall was explaining. I didn't hear that part of the 150,000 or whatever was he talking.
Another 100,000. I believe it was up to 220 or 240,000 troops before we pulled some out to go into Iraq. My point was, because my point was coming down Meg. Meg's point was a stable Iran is good for the United States, which I agree with. But to get there, you have to have military forces on the ground in Iran proper. You know, that's going to take a lot more than that. And that took an authorization for the use of military force for Congress. I don't know if Congress would actually give the go-ahead to do that. Now, maybe the executive just does what it wants and things lie and they are what they are, right? But like I said, I have a very hard time imagining Congress would support that.
Right. I think a big difference is the way that we're going about it this time. The airstrikes, the damage being done is well, it's far more accurate and far more damning when you look at what we've taken out there. Pretty much for the most part, their military, and when we start staging it, and I said this before, I think yesterday on another page, I forget the guy's name, but he was stationed over there, I think, for 2 decades, 4-star general, whatever he was, and he was talking about what their strategies were, and he says they got to have boots on the ground. He gave all the reasonings for it, and he says they would be safe, but why and how, I don't understand. He has a lot better knowledge and understanding. To me, it sounds dangerous as hell, because I don't trust Iran. They would take out the whole island if they could, I could see them flooding it with missiles and drones, and sure, even if 20% of them got through, that's a lot of damage, and we could lose a lot of people. But I think they're going to hammer it really hard for a while, for the next couple weeks. I'll be interested to see what this negotiation thing is, because he's sticking to it, that he's having negotiations. Making comments that will be out of there in maybe 2 weeks or a little less. So, to me, I can see that letting the Israelis work, I just don't know what to think about the Kurds going in. You got a whole different aspect there, but I think if we pound them hard enough and long enough, and we can take enough sort of resources out, you do start to break the will of the people. Could be fracturing. There's rumors, and I take rumors with a grain of salt, but Intel was saying that there's people inside the IRGC that are not really wanting to continue to battle. I think they see the outcome to be, is I do think they're going to hit them really hard for the next couple of weeks, and we'll see where they're at that point. And then you can maybe start bringing in some ground troops. But I would much rather see us just continue to pound them until, into submission if we can.
Also, she's.
Can I jump in, Miss KK?
Yes, we just kind of go back and forth popcorn style, but if you find two people that are engaging in back and forth, please don't interrupt them because they'll lose their train of thought.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's popcorn style, but just heed to others if needed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ice, can I piggyback off of your statement a little bit, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. I brought up some real good key words. There's, granted it's a rumor, and I agree with them on that, but the RGC individual members are, and slightly disbanding the objective. They're leaving, they're fleeing. Based off of, I think Crane was talking yesterday in a brief meeting. So